Эрхэм мөндөд зочин төлөөлөгчдөө эрхэмсэг хадагтаа ноёдоо та бүхэндээ энэ баяр төглөөний халуун мэндийг өргөн дэвшүүлье.
Warm greetings for this wonderful morning. We all have come together for the 10th Memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific General Meeting that is commencing today in Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. Protecting documentary heritage, promoting documentary heritage, increasing accessibility is our goal, and warm welcome to you all. Memory of the World Regional Committee 10th meeting, 10th General Meeting is commencing. So I would like to invite a Minister of Culture, Ms. Noming, for opening remarks, please.
Dear Honorable Chair, dear Honorable General Secretary, and dear guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mongolia. I'd like to express my gratitude for organizing 10th and General Meeting in Mongolia on behalf of Government of Mongolia. Дэлхийн дурсамж хөтөлбөрийн Аз намхан далайн бүсийн хорооны дарга ноён
засгийн газрын өмнөөс та бүгдэд хүрэлцэн ирсэн явдалд их баярлалаа. Your Excellency, Mr. Kim Quibai, Chair of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for the Asia Pacific, Your Excellency, Ms. Liang Moro, Secretary of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for the Asia Pacific, esteemed guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend a warm greeting to each of you. First and foremost, on behalf of the Government of Mongolia, I'd like to express a sincere gratitude to the UNESCO Memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia Pacific for giving us the opportunity to host this 10th General Meeting in Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. We are aware of the tremendous efforts being made by countries around the world to preserve the tangible and intangible heritage created throughout the history of humankind. In this regard, we would like to emphasize the crucial role of UNESCO's leadership and the coordination of the specialized Convention for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, as well as the involvement of regional network organizations. Documentary heritage is a special form of cultural heritage that makes an invaluable contribution to recalling the past, learning from it, and positively envisioning the future. That is why we should make joint efforts by allocating available resources to protect and promote the value of this heritage. Natural disasters caused by climate change and global warming, dangerous phenomena, wars caused by geopolitical conflicts, unpredictable epidemics, and immigration flows are major global problems that weaken public attention to the protection of cultural heritage and constitute factors that lead to deterioration of value. Hence, we call to the stakeholders to assess these factors and implement rapid and precise response measures jointly. Any loss of cultural heritage is an irreparable loss to treasures that belong to all of humanity, not just one person, one ethnic group, or one country. The Mongols say, one can't go wrong in washing with warm water, one can't go wrong when discussing together. Hence, we call upon the member states of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific to continue exchanging good practices for the protection of documentary heritage, identifying new ways in intensifying and consolidating our joint efforts to prevent and combat risks, and developing and fostering the regional cooperation and partnerships on a new level. All these efforts will strengthen people's trust through cultural cooperation, cultivate mutual respect, and lead future generations to simpler and better societies. I'm confident that this general meeting held in the capital city of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar, is to become a special one that enriches the history of the memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific with wonderful memories and many impactful decisions, and the one that fully accomplishes all the tasks it has before it. Finally, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the foreign guests who came from abroad to participate in the general meeting and wish to welcome them to our country. I wish the delegates successful deliberations at the 10th Memory of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific General Meeting. Thank you.
Монгол улсын засгийн газрын гишүүн соёлын сайд хатагтай номын танд баярлалаа. Танд ажлын амжилт хүсье.
Of Culture, Ms. Noming, and I wish you all the best. Now I'd like to invite the next esteemed person to this podium. Mr. Kim, the chair of the Memory of the World Committee for Asia and the Pacific. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Kim.
Good morning, Okonomi Mint, Your Excellency, Ms. Noming Chimbat, Mr. Minister of Culture, Professor Shahbaz Khan, Director of UNESCO Multi-Sector Office for East Asia, and Dr. Faxon Banda, the Chief of Documentary Heritage Unit, distinguished participants from home and abroad, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to the 10th Memory Award Regional Committee for the Asia and the Pacific General Meeting here in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. I wish to express my deepest appreciation to the Ministry of Culture and of Mongolia and the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for generously, graciously hosting these important gatherings. It is all the more meaningful that Mongolia recently celebrated an inscription to the Memory World International Register, the stone inscription of Soktuk Kung Taji, sorry for my poor pronunciation, and the Prince of Khalkha, which combines ancient poetic tradition with religious and historical significance. The UNESCO Memory World Program, dedicated to the safeguarding humanity's collective memories through the preserving vital documentary heritage, has thrived for over 3 decades. As global recognition of its importance continues to grow, particularly in the face of threats posed by the climate change endangering our precious records, the significance of MOW program cannot be overstated. In this aspect, this general meeting holds a profound significance for us. Its service of pivotal forum where the representatives from our member countries convene to deliberate on how best to safeguard our invaluable documentary heritage in a rapidly changing the world. Notably, this meeting will elect bureau members who will lead our MOWCAP for next 4 years. Moreover, it presents a valuable opportunity to fortify our solidarity in preserving the core essence of UNESCO Memory World Program, the preserving and utilization of humanity's collective memories, enhancing their accessibilities. I encourage you to share the diverse perspective on value of Memory World Program and engage in discussion regarding the impactful initiative it can be offered to humankind. Once again, I'd like to deliver my heartfelt gratitude to the Minister of Culture of Mongolia and Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for hosting this significant event. I extend my best wishes to all the participants from home and abroad for memorable and enriching experience during this general meeting. Thank you. Bye la.
ЮНЕСКОгийн дэлхийн дурсамж хөтөлбөрийн Аз номхон 7 бүсийн хорооны дарга ноён Ким танд.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, the chair of the member of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific. Esteemed guests, I'd like to ask you to gather for the photo session that will be held in the next hall. And let's get up, everyone, and let's get the memorable picture first. The photo session, please, now.
Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Rolpe Dorje. It is originally titled The Mirgud Qarkhing Orang in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia, and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105 and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Altentovch, the golden summary of the principles of statecraft founded by ancient Hans. An exceptionally valuable historical resource that encompasses the history, legends and myths and genres of ancient literature of Mongolia, transmitted from the prehistoric periods to the 17th century. Written by Gush Lobson Danzang, a 17th century Mongolian polymath and translator, and his disciples, this treatise is typically called as Lo Altentovch. It is generally considered as an original copy of the Secret History of the Mongols, written in vertical Mongol script, and the work is special that it contains 233 out of the 282 paragraphs in the Secret History of the Mongols, not only verbatim, but with additional detail in certain parts. It contains significant historical information and facts of the history of Mongolian state from Chinggis Khan to Lichteng Khan. Kung Onghedin Jemiang, the first director of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts, found out and brought the original pen copy that was kept by Taj Demdeng of Yunshobu clan in Baintumung Hoshu of Hanghinti Oling Aimag in 1926. Altentovch was inscribed on the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 1995 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 241, and in 2009 and in 2011 respectively, it was inscribed to the UNESCO's Asia-Pacific Memory of the World Register and Memory of the World Register. Altentovch, the golden summary of the principles of statecraft founded by ancient Hans. Inscription on the Dotinghar rock. Dotinghat, also known as Dot Rock, is a beautiful natural rock formation with a black exterior and a white and gray interior. This rock is located in Dilgirkhansum, Central Province, and is famous for the poem inscribed on it by Tsogt Taj. The inscription on the rock tells the story of Taj's heart-wrenching experience on the 21st day of the first autumn in the year of the White Rooster. Taj rode his armored sled up Hangai Khan's northern mountain. When he looked towards the east, he was overcome with emotion and cried for his aunt, who had been married off to a distant clan. Taj had already felt politically isolated, and Halot's departure made him feel even more alone. The 7 stanzas of the Dothat inscription are a tribute to Halot's memory. Taj's poetic musings are philosophical and poignant. By expressing his deep sense of loss, Taj has created a work of art that resonates with anyone who has experienced the pain of separation from a loved one. It was inscribed to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2023. Inscription on the Dotinghar rock. Kanjur, written in 9 jewels. Kanjur, literally meaning translated words of the Buddha, is the entire collection of texts regarded as Buddha words, compiled and translated into Tibetan. The complete collection of Kanjur in 9 jewels was crafted by writing the treatise in ink made of pigments of 9 jewels on composite varnished paper dyed in black. The Kanjur in 9 jewels was worshipped at the Tashchoimpol temple of Ikhure and was handed over to the library of Mongolian Academy of Sciences in 1937 to 1938. This work is the one and only exceptionally invaluable artwork, illustrated with exquisite images of Buddhist deities, offerings, and elaborate symbolic patterns and motifs, crafted by dozens of prominent masters, craftsmen, and scholars of that time. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2002 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 118, and it was inscribed to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2013. Kanjur, written in 9 jewels. Mongol Shongkheng, or Mongol vermilion tanjur. Tanjur is a large collection of over 3,427 works and treatises on 10 major and minor Buddhist sciences composed by ancient Indian and Tibetan scholars and Pandits. Mongolians started translating the Tanjur from the time when Buddhism started spreading in Mongolia. In the first half of the 18th century, Chankya Dorje, Shiret Khodukt Lobsen Dembi Nyam, and 200 other translators worked on the translation of the Tanjur from Tibetan into Mongolian and printed 226 volumes in wood block in Beijing between 1742 and 1749. A complete Tanjur that was worshipped at the Sheshnik Badrolych Temple, or Thriver or Legion Temple in Sakharin Surkhoshu, or banner of Tsahar herds of Hasha Chingwang Nayant, Jasa of Sanayang Hang Aimag of Halk Mongolia, was brought and exalted at the Institute in 1925 by Gung Onkheding Jamiang, the director of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts, after making an agreement with Chingwang Nayant to safekeep the sutra at the library of the Institute in 1924. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 1995 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 241, and in 2011 it was inscribed to the UNESCO's memory of the World Register. Mongol Shongkheng, or Mongol vermilion tanjur. A stone stele monument for Mongol tanjur. The stone stele monument for the agreement on transferring the Mongol Shongkheng Tanjur for permanent custody of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts. Chingwang Nayant had made a request to inscribe the Tanjur agreement on monument, which was stated in the provision number 7 of the agreement. Jamian, director of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts, assigned Dendev to accomplish this task. Dendev designed the stele monument in the identical style to the stele at Damdarja Monastery and started engraving the monument in 1929, leaving the last few words unfinished. Later in 1954, Dendev, aged 64 by the time, finished his engraving of the incomplete 64 letters as well as his signature as instructed by the Mongolian Academy of Sciences. He started making the stele when he was 37, and it took.
Thank you, dear participants, guests. Now, I'd like to inform you that Professor Shahbaz Khan, the director of the UNESCO Multi-Sectorial Office for East Asia, has sent a video greeting.
Dear Chair of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for the Asia Pacific, Excellency Deputy Minister of Culture and Chair of the Mongolian National Committee of the UNESCO Memory of the World Program, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear ladies and dear gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is a privilege to convene today for the 10th UNESCO Memory of the World Regional Committee for the Asia Pacific, as we call it MOWCAP. This general meeting in Mongolia is a very important meeting in a landscape which has history and cultural treasures. From its vibrant nomadic traditions to the epic poems and archaeological wonders, Mongolia certainly serves as a powerful reminder of the heritage we strive to preserve through the Memory of the World program. On behalf of UNESCO, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Culture of Mongolia and the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for their generous hospitality in hosting this momentous meeting. I also wish to thank MOWCAP and UNESCO Bangkok office for their dedicated efforts in making this gathering possible. Just 1 year ago, in May 2023, Mongolia successfully held a Memory of the World workshop, during which participants celebrated the inscription of the stone inscriptions of Sotu Hong Thaji, Prince of Khalkha, to the memory of the World Register. This achievement, followed by the Mongolia's proposal to host the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting, has certainly demonstrated the country's unwavering commitment to the Memory of the World program at the national, regional, and international levels. The Memory of the World program stands as a beacon. It illuminates the path towards the protection and promotion of our collective heritage, our history, and our cultural diversity. It is a reflection of the memory of all nations, safeguarding cultural identities and shaping the future development of each nation and certainly our region. Yet, it is also a reminder of the fragility of our documentary heritage, the cornerstone of our shared memory. UNESCO is committed to supporting member states in their pursuit of preserving this invaluable legacy. Through the Memory of the World program, we strive to advance the preservation of humanity's documentary heritage, ensuring universal access to it and raising global awareness of its significance. In the Asia-Pacific region, we are blessed with a wealth of cultural treasures, manuscripts, archives, and oral traditions that embody the spirit of our diverse and vibrant communities. They are certainly a testament to the ingenuity, to the resilience, and the creativity of our ancestors, and they hold the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of who we are and where we come from. However, rapid globalization, urbanization, and technological advancement have posed numerous new threats, from natural disasters to armed conflicts, from neglect to deliberate destruction. The risk of losing irreplaceable pieces of our history has never been greater. Yet, among all of these challenges, there is hope. Through international cooperation, through collaboration, and our collective action, we can work together to ensure that our documentary heritage is not only preserved for future generations, but is also made accessible to all. MOWCAP embodies the spirit of cooperation and solidarity, providing a platform for member states to collaborate beyond national borders. Over the past 2 decades, MOWCAP has facilitated active measures to preserve, to promote access to, and to utilize documentary heritage across our region. The establishment of the Regional Register for the Memory of the World in 2008 stands as a milestone. With 46 documents from 23 countries already inscribed, it serves as an impressive testament to the immense cultural and linguistic diversity of our region. As we convene for the 10th General Meeting, I am confident that our deliberations will yield fruitful outcomes. By sharing best practices, by presenting new nominations, and by fostering dialogue among member states, we can collectively advance the goals of the Memory of the World program in our region. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your dedication, for your passion, and your commitment to the preservation of our shared heritage. Your presence here today underscores the importance of this noble endeavor. And I'm very confident that together we will continue to script a legacy that transcends time, that enriches the narrative of humanity. I thank you.
Захин мэдлэгээ ирүүлсэн ноён Шавгацаанд талархал дэвшүүлье. Монголчууд Эрдэнэс альва
has sent his video greetings. The Mongolians, when commencing any event, any occasion, any meeting, we invite the music in to chase away the bad and to call for the good blessing and to purify the space a meeting is taking place. Therefore, I'd like to invite the Mongolian flutist Narmbat and the reciter of the epic poetry Batarchev. They will play a piece called Even River Flow. For your kind attention, please.
Good
morning. I wish you all the very best.
Соёлын бие тусавыг өвлөн уламжлагч цуурч Наранбатта
The
баярлалаа.
intangible heritage, cultural heritage holder, Mr. Narambat, thank you very much for your wonderful performance. Now I'd like to invite the Secretary of the Memory of the World Regional Committee for the Asia and the Pacific, Ms. Liang Moron, who will be chairing the meeting now. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mongolia, and thank you to the government of Mongolia for hosting this wonderful meeting for the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting. So now that the opening ceremony has successfully been done, we would like to start with proceedings. So we will begin with our first session. And for this, I would like to invite our chair, Mr. Kwee-bae Kim, to chair the next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, my fellow members. Again, all of you for being here this morning. We have lots of agenda in front of us, such as a nomination for register, which is very important, election of the Bureau, and revision of MOWCAP documents and processes. So your comments and any input would be appreciated as we go along with the sessions. According to the timetable, we have 3 days, and I'm trying to, we are not running late or behind schedule with your cooperation. Before taking our agenda, I'd like to appreciate Linan, my Secretary General, and Mr. Bo, who prepared for this meeting. Why don't you give a big hands? And also, I'd like to thank you, Diane and Helen, and all of you who prepared for the papers for our discussion. Then we'll move on to the first session. And first session is the introduction to the meeting and business agenda. So, Secretary General, would you introduce this agenda?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. We would like to take this opportunity to inform our participants that this meeting is currently being live streamed on MOWCAP's YouTube channel. And we would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the government of Mongolia, especially the Ministry of Culture and the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, on achieving the highest level of international participation recorded at a MOWCAP General Meeting. So if we could please have a big round of applause for that. So thank you all for being here and for supporting the Memory of the World program in Asia and the Pacific. So the objectives of this 10th MOWCAP General Meeting are to review the activities of the International and Regional Memory of the World programs, and to present member state country reports that will be presented by National Memory of the World committees or National Commissions for UNESCO. We will also see the presentation of nominations to the MOWCAP Regional Register for the 2024 cycle, and go over recommendations from the MOWCAP Register Subcommittee for voting amongst delegates. We will also be conducting a new MOWCAP Bureau election during this meeting, and then we will finish by announcing the successful inscriptions added to the MOWCAP Regional Register. For our participants, so I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Kwee-bae Kim, our chair, who did the opening ceremony earlier. We also have with us Vice Chair Ms. Diane McCaskill. We have Dr. Vuti Minheung, Professor Haga-san from Japan, and myself, Lin-An Moreau. From our Register Subcommittee, Dr. Helen Jarvis, Professor Soo Kyung-ho, Ms. Wang Hong-min, and Professor Ijarkin Kojobekova. And Mr. Apita Alifao from Fiji joining us online. So, hi Apita if you see us. We have our representatives from UNESCO, Mr. Faxon Banda from UNESCO headquarters, thank you for being here, and Joe Hironaka from the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok. With us today, we have 38 member state delegates joining us. So that's a very good number. Thank you for being here. And we have 40, if not more, observers, including nominators. So that's a wrap for the introduction and business arrangements. Sorry, yes, and I actually have it here, sorry. And Mr. Kang Bo-sung, who is the newly appointed Assistant Secretary General of MOWCAP. Thank you so much, Bo. So that is a wrap for the introduction and business arrangements.
Thank you. Yeah, now we are going into the adoption of the agenda. So Linan already introduced the agenda. So would you say something about?
So the agenda was previously shared with meeting participants. There is only slight revisions, mostly regarding site visits. And the other revision, since it was shared with you and in the program booklet, is that the MOWCAP summary report will be divided into one part report from the Secretary General and another one from the Chair. So it's going to be divided into two. But that's the only revision we have so far. So that's for the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? No? Then, if not, then we'll adopt it. So we will move on to the next agenda. Next one is appointment of rapporteur, roll call, establishment of voting status. So, Secretary General, would you present this agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So as per usual MOWCAP General Meeting procedures, the Secretary General, which is myself, is usually appointed as the rapporteur. Given that we have a MOWCAP Secretariat now, hosted by the Korean Studies Institute, we would also like to propose Ms. Yu Ri from the KSI and MOWCAP Secretariat to be, for the meeting, to agree for her to be appointed as Assistant Rapporteur.
So, any objection? I hope not. So, okay, then let's appoint the rapporteur, the Secretary General. So, thank you very much for your cooperation. The final one is a review and adoption of the minutes from the 9th MOWCAP General Meeting. No? Which one? Sorry for. Secretary General will introduce about the establishment of voting status.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. When establishing the voting status for the member states for the MOWCAP General Meeting, we would like to take this opportunity to remind the meeting that each Memory of the World Committee is eligible to exercise one vote per member state. Under the MOWCAP statutes, in the absence of a National Memory of the World Committee, representatives of the National Commissions for UNESCO, who have the responsibility for Memory of the World matters, may fulfill this function. In addition, under the MOWCAP statutes, the right to vote at MOWCAP meetings is conditional on the timely submission of an annual report, which is an obligation for membership. So, in accordance with these terms and conditions, we have the following 23 delegates confirmed for voting rights. Australia, joining us online. Bangladesh, welcome. Cambodia, China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Turkmenistan, Tuvalu, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. 23. Thank you.
Yes, we have 23. So, thank you. And then next one is a review of adoption of the minutes from the 9th MOWCAP General Meeting. So, Secretary General, would you introduce this agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So the minutes from the 9th General Meeting were circulated amongst meeting participants last week. They were distributed to all participants, including voting member delegates. The minutes covered reports from the 2018 to the 2022 period, covered by MOWCAP Bureau members, UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok, and UNESCO headquarters. There were also reports from member states. There were the nomination presentations for the MOWCAP Regional Register. We had the Register Subcommittee report and recommendations for that cycle of nominations, and the new inscriptions made to the MOWCAP Regional Register. If there are any comments or any questions,
I cannot see any comments and amendments, so if any, no, then we adopt it as it is. Thank you. Now this is the end of the first session. I'd like to thank you for your cooperation. So next session will be chaired by Ms. Lina Mo, Secretary General of the MOWCAP. Thank you.
thank you so much. Can somebody put up the report of the MOWCAP Secretary General? Is there anyone doing presentations? Okay, that's fine. So I am going to present the Secretary General, the Secretary General's report between the period of 2022 and 2024. So I would like to remind the meeting that the responsibilities of the Secretary General is to act like the executive head of the Secretariat responsible to the chairperson. The Secretary General, myself, I was appointed at the 9th MOWCAP General Meeting in 2022 in Andong, Republic of Korea. During these 2 years of service, the Secretary General has been coordinating the implementation of MOWCAP activities and communications in close collaboration with the MOWCAP Secretariat, generously hosted by the Korean Studies Institute, and in close collaboration with the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok's Communication and Information Unit. Some of the activities include responding to member state, memory institution, and community stakeholder requests for capacity building and awareness raising, on engaging with the Memory of the World program at national, regional, and international levels, as well as contributing towards publications and exhibitions. The Secretary General has also facilitated the MOWCAP Register Subcommittee meetings held during the 2024 round of nominations, and acted in support of the RSC in communicating with nominators and external parties. There was also the MOWCAP Bureau meeting held on 3rd of March in 2024, which saw the official appointment of Mr. Bo Seung Kang as Assistant Secretary General of MOWCAP. There you are. For budget and finances, MOWCAP is a UNESCO accredited regional committee under the Memory of the World program, but it does not formally receive funding. It does not have a bank account, and costs of meetings are borne by hosts, sponsors, and UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok usually. Funds for MOWCAP mostly come from its partnership with the Korean Studies Institute, which acts as a host for its secretariat. So for the period of 2022-2024, there has been a total expense. Sorry, I forgot to put the total, but you can see the total expenses here. Most of the expenses, the vast majority was for the organization of the 9th General Meeting. And then there was another Memory of the World Inter-Regional Meeting that was held last November. And the rest is mostly communications. So the hosting of the website, the domain name, and the MOWCAP exhibition archives, which is currently in progress. So I will prepare a total for that and change this working paper. Thank you. In light of this, MOWCAP would like to thank the Korean Studies Institute for its unwavering support as the host of the MOWCAP Secretariat since the 9th General Meeting in Andong, and for support and for facilitating the continuation of the ACC MOWCAP Small Grant Program so that it may continue to deliver results to independent documentary heritage custodians across the region. In terms of the MOWCAP membership country reports, we already went through that in the roll call, but this is just an official paper that has the countries. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the MOWCAP Bureau members, the Register Subcommittee members, and its special advisors for their support and cooperation over the last 2 years. This has made my position an enjoyable one, and I would like to thank Mr. Bo Sung-kang, Assistant Secretary General, and all those involved at MOWCAP Secretariat and KSI for all their hard work and dedication. So thank you so much for that. And finally, I would just like to give some just some information on MOWCAP communications over the last couple of years. So MOWCAP, as most of you know, uses a few channels of communication. We have the MOWCAP website, a Facebook page, and an Instagram account, as well as a quarterly newsletter that summarizes recent and future MOWCAP, as well as, broadly speaking, documentary heritage activities in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as a YouTube channel. The MOWCAP email account is usually used to stay in contact with stakeholders across the region and to distribute important messages. The Secretary General works very closely with Bureau Vice Chair Ms. Diane McCaskill in doing this, so thank you so much, Diane. And with Assistant Secretary General Bo Sung-kang has been ensuring the production of materials in Korean language, and has been working hard on the development of the MOWCAP exhibition website, which is currently in progress, following the expiration of the previous exhibition website. So I would like to invite you, if you haven't already, to view the MOWCAP website, which has the information on meetings such as this one, information on inscriptions, as well as any projects that are coming up. We keep it up to date, and the cost of the hosting has been funded by KSI. We use it to disseminate the MOWCAP newsletter, and we've just announced the ACC MOWCAP Small Grant Program. And the Facebook has reached 1,700 plus likes, 1,800 plus followers. The Instagram, still growing. We're going to get there. And the newsletter, that has also been growing. We have 340 subscribers to the MOWCAP newsletter now. But we invite all of you here to send us a message so that we could add you to the mailing list so that you can receive the MOWCAP newsletter regularly now that it appears more this year. The MOWCAP YouTube channel, where this is being live streamed now, has videos that you can watch. It has training videos as well as videos of events and seminars. The most viewed video I checked last night is Introduction to the Archivematica Open Source Digital Preservation System. So that's like a training video, and that has had 1,600 views. So that's a change from last year's report. So in terms of communications, our requests from the Secretariat is to ask that you keep us updated with your contact details, because it's very important that we stay up to date with you on MOWCAP activities. And if you have any feedback that you would like to share on our website or Facebook page or Instagram, we would like to invite any advice that you could give to us in this regard. So thank you very much, and that's it for the Secretary General's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Yes, as she mentioned, we have a significant accomplishment since the last general meeting. So, due to the time constraint, I will introduce my chair's report very briefly. This report covers activities of since the 9th general meeting of MOWCAP. The MOWCAP general meeting, as you know, was held on 24-26 November 2022, Republic of Korea, hosted by the Korean Studies Institute. This meeting gathered representatives of 20 countries in Asia and the Pacific. The MOWCAP would like to thank the host of the meeting for their arrangement. Following the general meetings, Bureau convenes Bureau meetings annually, both online and in person, to discuss about various issues concerning MOWCAP, like including the code of ethics, preparation of these general meetings. The last MOWCAP Bureau meeting was on 3rd March 2024 in Bangkok. Bureau members discussed the development of MOWCAP Code of Ethics, MOWCAP working process, and MOWCAP Bureau election process. The activities of MOWCAP has been diversified with the active collaboration of the UNESCO Bangkok office. So MOWCAP collaborate with UNESCO Bangkok on following the 7 activities. So as for the seminar on the Memory World Program in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, on 13 November 2022, in collaboration with the Cambodian National Commission for UNESCO, MOWCAP provided support for the capacity building on developing nomination dossiers with the Cambodian National Commission for UNESCO. Thanks, Helen Jarvis, for your contribution. And Japanese Funding Trust online training on response and recovery of paper documentary heritage in collaboration with the National Archives of Japan was held between November and December 2022. So MOWCAP supported the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok and National Archives of Japan for online training, which include 27 participants in Southeast Asia. For the seminar on the workshop, the Memory World Program in Ulaanbaatar, here in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, 24-25 May 2023, last year, in collaboration with the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO. So MOWCAP supported the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok and Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO in organizing the seminar and workshop on MOW program for the documentary heritage. Stakeholders in Mongolia by sending the Secretary General to facilitate the implementing activities. MOWCAP provided experts who shared their knowledge and feedback online. And also, Memory World Workshop was held on July 23, 2023 in celebration of Indonesia's 2023 inscription to the MOW International Register in collaboration with the IRC National Republic Indonesia. MOWCAP's Vice Chair, Vutimin Hong, shared her knowledge and insight on the revised MOWCAP regional guidelines during the workshop held in conjunction with the Indonesian celebration of 3 recent inscriptions on the MOW International Register and support ANRI with its national facilitation of future inscription to the MOWCAP regional register. And also ACC MOWCAP Small Grant Dissemination Seminar on 23 November 2023 in Gwangju, Republic of Korea. During ACC MOWCAP Small Grant Dissemination Seminar, as a chair, I preside dynamic discussion on the result of the MOWCAP Small Grant Program and discuss the continuation of ACC Small Grant Program during this time. And also, I'm pleased to say that December 2023, MOWCAP co-chair, MOWCAP Vice Chair Vu Minh Hong published the first memory word book in Vietnamese language, which aims to increase local engagement with the memory word program in Vietnam. Why don't you give her a big hands? Congratulations. Thank you. And on 27 October 2023, MOWCAP and Korean Studies Institute, as Secretary General introduced, co-host Inter-Regional Memory Word Conference in Andong, Republic of Korea. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank Korean Studies Institute for giving us these opportunities. In this inter-regional platform, the chairs of 3 regional committees, namely MOWCAP chair, myself, and African Regional Committee for MOWCAP, ECMO chair, Mr. Papa Momar Dirop, and MOW Committee for Latin American and Caribbean, MOLEC, President Mr. Peter Schooling, signed a memorandum of understanding. This MOU outlines a strategic objective for regional committee to grow MOW program together. And also, ACMO launched the African Memory Word book on 16 February 2024 this year. So I myself participated online in launch of first book published in African inscription on the Memory Word International Register. Congratulations. Now I'd like to introduce the MOWCAP decisions. On 3rd March 2024, MOWCAP Bureau designated Mr. Bo Seung-gang, working at the MOWCAP office in KSI as Assistant Secretary General by the MOWCAP Bureau to support the Bureau members. And also, we discussed and decided on initiating a system of recognition for all those who have continued to contribute to the Memory Word program Asia and the Pacific. The Bureau decided that there would be 2 titles of recognition awarded. First one is a special advisor, which would be awarded to those whose expertise continue to contribute to the Memory Word program in Asia and the Pacific. Second one is honorary fellows, which would be awarded to those who past contribution participated in the development of a Memory Word program in Asia Pacific. And also, Bureau decided that the extension for the contestation would not accepted in the light of a short timing until the 10th Memory Word MOWCAP meeting. So this is all I prepared. So thank you for your attention.
There should be a presentation available for the Code of Ethics. So just hold on 1 second. It'll just be easier for everybody to follow.
Thank you, Lingan, and I'd just like to add my thanks to the Government of Mongolia for organising and supporting this meeting. It's quite wonderful sitting at the this top table here looking at all the faces, all the people that are here. We've done in the last 2 years quite a lot of work on a Code of Ethics for MOWCAP. It would be the first Code of Ethics for MOWCAP. And it's the one that we have been working on is based really on the central values of the Code of Ethics adopted by the International Advisory Committee for the Memory of the World program in 2017. So it's very similar. We've just made some changes because we needed to, because we're a regional committee and have our own needs. So there are 4 parts. And I'm just going to talk very briefly about some of the more important aspects, but You've all got the document, it is quite dense, so this is really just a very high-level overview. Something that is really important to highlight about the Code of Ethics is who it covers. So it covers the MOWCAP Bureau and its committees, such as the Register Subcommittee. It covers the Secretariat and working groups while they are working on MOWCAP issues, because obviously a lot of advice, we all have other things that we may do for UNESCO or be involved with in UNESCO. So this is when working for MOWCAP, this Code of Ethics applies. It doesn't apply to delegates to the MOWCAP general meeting, so it doesn't apply to the delegates sitting around the table, because you represent your countries, your states. Okay, so some of the really important general principles are that if you are invited or have joined or are on a committee, a MOWCAP committee, you are acting in a personal capacity. And that you will endeavour, when acting in that capacity, to ensure you don't have any conflicts of interest. And if there are any, they do need to be declared to the appropriate person, usually the chair of that committee, and a decision gets made about how they might be dealt with. So, for example, we actually do that in MOWCAP now, in a sense, by the way that the voting happens. If a nomination is from your country, you don't vote on it. And even though I just said I know that these Code of Ethics don't apply, that's possibly not a very good example. So anybody who is part of an advisory committee does also, they often take quite a lot of time, and you accept an obligation to devote adequate time to it. One of the really most important parts of this document is the management of register nominations. And the assessment by the RSC must be based only on the prescribed criteria and nothing else. Experts on the RSC may provide technical and advice and encouragement to intending nominators, but can't, for example, prepare nomination forms. But because they are experts in the criteria, they are able to provide that advice to people who need it and take part in workshops, for example. Another really important point about how the register nominations are managed is that RSC members make collective decisions. They do not make available the views of any individual members, but come to a decision based on probably a range of views. They work through those and make a decision and don't release any information about what an individual member of the committee may have said. And again, any possible conflict of interest needs to be declared. And just lastly, which is quite, and it's sometimes a very tricky one, is around lobbying, accepting gifts and inducements perhaps, like travel, accepting gifts for, in response to invitations maybe from a country to do a workshop, for example. So in doing that, it's often quite appropriate to do that, but if a expert needs to be aware, they can't reveal any information at all about the likelihood that an act of nomination will or won't be inscribed. That's very confidential information. Gifts do need to be carefully weighed up as to whether to accept them or not, but MOWCAP certainly recognises that what might not be proper in one country is fine in another, so you don't want to cause any offence. But again, if in doubt, the members of committees associated with MOWCAP need to declare to the appropriate, usually the appropriate chair, and any conflicts of interest will be documented reported by the Secretary-General and considered at the next Bureau meeting, so it's all very transparent. Now that is a once over lightly of a 3.5-page, very dense document, but it has some very good examples in it if anyone is on a committee and wondering if what they're doing is a conflict of interest. So we are going to talk about adopting the Code of Ethics later on in this session. That is, it's after the tea break. So thank you, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Diane. And now that the MOWCAP Code of Ethics has been presented to you, you can think about it. And if you have any comments you'd like to make, it can be discussed later on for them to be adopted. So thank you so much, Diane, for the hard work you've done on this, and to our MOWCAP Bureau members. So next I would like to invite Mr. Joe Hironaka, Chief of Unit and Advisor in Communication Information at the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok, to deliver the summary of key points implemented by UNESCO Bangkok as well as field offices in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Lingang. Good morning, distinguished delegates and Memory of the World colleagues. Since the 9th MOWCAP General Meeting hosted in Andong, Republic of Korea, the UNESCO Secretariat in Asia-Pacific region has implemented 25 Memory of the World activities in close collaboration with MOWCAP. And these activities are designed to support member states and memory institutions to raise awareness and build capacity to strengthen engagement with the Memory of the World program. With regard to the MOWCAP Secretariat, UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok organized the MOWCAP Bureau meeting and the MOWCAP Register Subcommittee meeting on the 3rd of March in Bangkok, Thailand this year. And these two meetings are in fact essential to MOWCAP's programming and the advancement of the nominations review process and resolving items that required attention and our action in the implementation of our MOWCAP operations and ongoing activities. And of note, MOWCAP Bureau members designated the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok as the organizer of the MOWCAP Bureau elections, which will be held here in the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting in Ulaanbaatar. With regard to awareness raising and capacity building, in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, on the 30th of November 2022, UNESCO organized a seminar on the Memory of the World program in collaboration with the Cambodian National Commission for UNESCO. The UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok provided support, including for the translation of the MOWCAP regional guidelines into Khmer language and for interpretation during the seminar. The Cambodian National Commission for UNESCO did an excellent job to ensure the participation of 87 participants, including 27 coming from the provinces. And this, coupled with the translation of the MOWCAP regional guidelines into Khmer, offers progress to increase localized engagement with our program. Through collaboration with the National Archives of Japan, and the generous support of the Japanese Funds and Trust to UNESCO, the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok implemented between November and December of 2022 our online training on responses and recovery of paper documentary heritage affected by water damage in Southeast Asia. And this was a timely response to the 2022 East and Southeast Asia typhoon and flooding. This activity benefited 27 experts who were given assignments to identify and share issues affecting their documentary heritage at risks. Our participants received a customized feedback from experts from the National Archives of Japan and also the National Institute of Japanese Literature. They also acquired knowledge in the application of conservation techniques from 3 experts from the Japanese memory institutions, and knowledge about the Memory of the World program from 2 of our MOWCAP experts. Through this activity, 6 reports assessing the condition and the state of collections at risk in Southeast Asia were produced by the participants, and learning materials were produced by the National Archives of Japan on 4 key subjects. First, on the rescue operation for damaged public records. Second, for the preservation, restoration, and environmental management of documents. Third, on physical controls for preservation, conservation, and restoration of materials. And fourth, on disaster preparedness and disaster response for collections in Southeast Asia. These 4 new resources were next identified by UNESCO's Bangkok office Culture Unit for translation into 6 Southeast Asian languages, namely Indonesian, Khmer, Lao, Myanmar language, Thai, and Vietnamese. And these translations were successfully produced and should contribute toward a wider outreach under the JFIT, Japan Funds and Trust, Ministry of Foreign Affairs project entitled Safeguarding World Heritage Site Archives in Southeast Asia. The UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok supported the Southeast Asia Pacific Audio-Visual Archives Association, SIAPAVA, at their 27th conference in Pattaya, Thailand. And the annual conference, which that year attracted 160 participants, and Bangkok office's support went towards the organization of the capacity building workshops specifically designed for community-level participation and implementation on high productivity digitalization and record archive management for nonprofit organizations as well. And this was held in May of 2023, from the 8th to 13th of May. Next, from the 24th to the 25th of May, 2023, in collaboration with the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, the UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok supported the organization of a seminar and workshop on the Memory of the World program for documentary heritage stakeholders in Mongolia, including by sending personnel to facilitate and implement these activities. The Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO ensured in-person participation of 35 documentary heritage custodians coming from libraries, archives, and museums, as well as additional participants from the provinces who joined online. And during this activity, participants and facilitators celebrated Mongolia's successful 2023 inscriptions to the Memory of the World Register, namely the stone inscriptions of Tsoktukung Taiji, the Prince of Kalkat. Activities also attracted the attention of ministry officials on Memory of the World in Mongolia, and UNESCO's secretary is grateful that this ultimately has led to Mongolia's generous proposal to host this 10th MOWCAP General Meeting. And thank you in particular to the Secretary General of the UNESCO National Commission in Mongolia. On the 7th of June of 2023, following a request from colleagues at the Philippines National Commission for UNESCO, a learning session was delivered to stakeholders in the Philippines, and the goal was to help to revitalize the country's National Memory of the World Committee and increase its participation in the program in collaboration with UNESCO Jakarta staff as well. On the 20th of June of 2023, a brainstorming session on UNESCO Memory of the World program was organized in New Delhi by the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. And during this event, discussions related to identify potential nominations and scholars for preparing nomination dossier for the UNESCO Memory of the World International and Regional Registers took place. On the 24th and 28th of July of 2023, UNESCO Bangkok office and UNESCO Jakarta office provided personnel to share knowledge and insights on the revised MOWCAP regional guidelines. And this was at a workshop in conjunction with Indonesia's celebration of its 3 recent inscriptions to the memory of the World International Register. The workshop supported the National Archives of Indonesia, ANRI, with its national facilitation of future inscriptions to the MOWCAP Regional Register. And we have seen that this has helped us to increase collaboration between UNESCO and ANRI. On the 23rd of November 2023 in Gwangju, Republic of Korea, during the Asia Cultural Center MOWCAP Small Grants Dissemination Seminar, UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok sent personnel to share insights on how to apply the gender lens to the Memory of the World program. The session resulted in dynamic discussions on the importance and on the visibility of women in documentary heritage and in history altogether. For the forthcoming 28th Southeast Asia Pacific Audiovisual Archive Association, SIAPAVA, conference in Solo, Indonesia next month, hosted by ANRI, UNESCO, Jakarta, and Bangkok offices will be contributing a workshop on the Memory of the World International Register and on the nomination of audiovisual archives. And this year's conference theme is Navigating New Horizons in Audiovisual Archiving. UNESCO offices in the Asia-Pacific region also continue to provide technical support on nominations to the MOWCAP Regional Register or the MOWCAP International Register. The UNESCO office in Almaty, Kazakhstan, supported nominations through the sharing of information across member states on UNESCO's Almaty website and through communication channels to NATCOMs and in informing on changes to the National Memory of the World committees. UNESCO Almaty provided support to the NATCOM National Commission of Kazakhstan for newly selected Memory of the World Committee and supported in organizing the Congress of Archivists in September of 2024, upcoming in connection with Memory of the World priorities. UNESCO Phnom Penh office cooperated with the National Commission in Cambodia in partnership with the Korean International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, the Asia Cultural Center, and the Extraordinary Chambers in the Court of Cambodia in initiatives towards the safeguarding of documentary heritage, providing support to the country's memory institutions, including the Tuol Sleng Genocide Museum, the National Museum, and the National Archives. This work seeks to build understanding of the UNESCO Memory of the World program, to update Cambodia's national register, and to identify institutions for potential inclusion in the regional or international register. And this especially contributed in developing the collection, preservation, and dissemination of archives, with a particular focus on staff training and digitalization of documentary materials of the Tuol Sleng Genocide Museum. UNESCO Phnom Penh office also has provided technical support for the creation of the Memory of the World National Committee in November of 2022 and contributed to organizing a workshop on dissemination of documentary heritage listed in the Memory of the World and celebration of the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Memory of the World program in collaboration with UNESCO Bangkok, to share knowledge and discuss the establishment of the Cambodian National Register of Documentary Heritage. UNESCO Dhaka office supported the nomination dossier titled Sultana's Dream by Rokia S. Hossein, and this remarkable early feminist sci-fi work, along with additional published versions and memorabilia of Rokia Hossein. This file has been submitted to the Memory of the World Asia Pacific Regional Register for 2024, nominated by the Liberation War Museum of Bangladesh. In the field of preservation and digitalization, UNESCO Bangkok office since December 2023 is implementing, along with UNESCO Jakarta, and UNESCO Phnom Penh offices the project entitled Safeguarding World Heritage Site Archives in Southeast Asia. And this is being done at 3 selected sites, the Borobudur temple compounds in Indonesia, the historic city of Ayutthaya in Thailand, the Kokher archaeological site of ancient Lingapura in Cambodia. This project is supported by the Japanese funds and trusts. And as a follow-up to the assessment carried out by UNESCO's national and international consultants of the Borobudur temple compounds on 26 and 27 September 2023, UNESCO Jakarta conducted a meeting on the 7th of December with the Ministry of Education and Culture, the Borobudur Conservation Office, and UNRI to discuss further collaborations to improve Borobudur's archives' condition, access, and utilization. In November 2023, UNESCO Jakarta office was invited to deliver remarks on Wikimedia Foundation's activity entitled Wikisources Loves Manuscripts, or WILMA. And as part of the WILMA Proof Edit-a-thon, the Chronicle of Prince Diponegoro manuscript transcriptions was successfully digitized, over 28,000 manuscript pages. Baba Diponegoro is a well-known manuscript in Indonesia detailing the life of the prince, a national hero who resisted Dutch colonial power in Java. UNESCO and Wikimedia Indonesia's Edit-a-thon in October entitled Writing Past Documentary Heritage of Indonesia for a Future to Remember brought together 20 selected new contributors to write, update, and edit Wikimedia content related to UNESCO's Memory of the World program. Ms. Eli Ruliawati, Director of Services and Utilization of UNRI, spoke on the role of UNRI, including in helping the nomination process for submitting heritage files from Indonesia to the International Register of Memory of the World. Writers were encouraged to produce articles on the 11 Memory of the World inscriptions from Indonesia on the International Register, and the training provided practical and specific step-by-step guidance for Wikipedia first-time users, everything from setting up an account to posting an article about Memory of the World. UNESCO Phnom Penh office, through the 12 Slang Genocide Museum Archives Preservation and Digitalization Program, funded by the Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, in partnership with the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts, has helped to preserve and digitalize the most comprehensive Khmer documentary heritage, which has, of course, suffered from the deterioration caused by weather, time, and human handling. Notably, this project has successfully preserved 745,494 pages and digitalized 483,579 pages of archives, including photographs, biographies, notebooks, magazines, forced confessions, and other written materials. It has also finalized the indexation of over 4 million data and metadata elements from the digitized records. A bilingual website also has been launched to provide public access to these important digitized archives. In the field of research, UNESCO Bangkok office commissioned a risk assessment research looking at the opportunities and the challenges in preserving and digitizing archives housed at the Mongolian National Broadcaster, at the MNB. The risk assessment was conducted between January and June of 2023 through support of Japanese funds and trusts risk assessment research on Mongolian broadcast archives. The activities resulted in a risk assessment report and a project proposal for donors to present to potential supporters for fund mobilization activities. UNESCO Phnom Penh office also organized an international benchmarking training in February of 2024 in close coordination with the UNESCO Jakarta office to support the efforts of the government of Timor-Leste in conflict reconciliation and in peace building. And hosted a delegation of high-level Timorese government officials to Cambodia, facilitating the sharing of exemplary policy models in peace building with Cambodian policymakers and practitioners for the advancement of a high-quality history and peace education and archive preservation program, and of course contributing to South-South cooperation between Cambodia and Timor-Leste. Finally, in the areas of promotion, visibility, and advocacy, in March of last year, UNESCO Jakarta participated in the Memory of the World talk show on preserving Indonesia's documentary heritage and on the trends, challenges, and opportunities, and a sharing session for youth, an online youth poster design competition in conjunction with the 30th anniversary of UNESCO Memory of the World program. To celebrate the 30th anniversary as well, ANRI and UNESCO Jakarta office with the Asian African Museum and the West Java Provincial Library and Archives conducted a public event named Fostering Universal Access to Information and Knowledge, including the identification of documentary heritage for Memory of the World. And this was held in March of 2023 at the Museum of Asian African Conference. This event actually was attended by 200 participants comprising 116 women and 84 males, as well as 1,700 online participants. UNESCO Jakarta participated in Progressing Together for a Sustainable Future in June of 2023, including the showcase of achievements on safeguarding the documentary heritage of least developed countries and small island developing states in Southeast Asia. UNESCO Almaty and UNESCO Phnom Penh developed social campaigns annually that celebrates the World Day on Audiovisual Heritage. UNESCO Phnom Penh increased visibility of Memory of the World and Cambodia's archive preservation and digitalization efforts at the global exhibition on the occasion of UNESCO's 42nd General Conference in Paris, with high-level delegates from its 193 member states in November of 2023. In December 2023, UNESCO Bangkok office successfully completed the facilitation and support for the production, the printing, and the distribution of the first Memory of the World book in the Vietnamese language, authored by MOWCAP co-chair, Vu Thi Minh Hun. The production and distribution of this book aims to increase local engagement in Vietnam with the Memory of the World program, and it is thanks to the support to UNESCO through the Japanese Funds and Trust. Thank you very much for your attention on this very lengthy attention.
Thank you very much, Joe, for outlining the many activities that have been conducted by UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok, as well as its field offices in Almaty, Jakarta, Phnom Penh, and Dhaka. Now I would like to invite Dr. Faxon Banda from UNESCO headquarters to deliver a presentation on the summary of activities conducted at the global level for the International Memory of the World program. Dr. Faxon, please go ahead.
Thank you. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to the Mongolian Ministry of Culture, UNESCO, for facilitating my participation in the General Conference. I'm also grateful to the MOWCAP Secretariat for their engagement with my office in relation to the range of activities that have been cited here, which to me is really exciting. It just goes to show that work really happens in the regions and not at HQ. So what I want to do is just to share with you a few slides about, firstly, the Memory of the World program. Now, there are so many of you that are experts in this field. You know the program inside and out, but there's always one person, I reckon, that may not know much. And so I always include in my presentation something of an introduction to the Memory of the World program. And so the slide, the first slide there, is precisely to achieve that purpose. That in fact, the Memory of the World program is about identifying documentary heritage, whether it's of national, regional, or international significance, surfacing it so people can know about it. It's about preserving it for now and for the future, for people to enjoy. It's about enhancing universal access to it. Those are the three objectives of the Memory of the World program, simplified. If you could continue with the slide, if you scroll down there, those objectives are included in a normative instrument called the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage. And it lists 5 areas of intervention, 3 of which speak to the 3 objectives of the program, and 2 are more about providing a supportive environment of policy, of cooperation at the national level among memory institutions and other stakeholders, and at the international level as well. So it's important to understand that. Now, if we may have another slide. Within UNESCO, we position ourselves in such a way that we support our member states to foster universal access to information and knowledge. We do this through a range of other interventions, but also including the identification, preservation, and accessibility of documentary heritage. So it's important for us to treat documentary heritage as an embodiment of information and knowledge. So it's not documentary heritage for its own sake. It's what it contains, what it mediates. It's the nature of it as well, the uniqueness of it, if you will. And we try to measure what we do by that performance indicator, the number of member states that are supported in the implementation of the 2015 recommendation, including in their identification of documentary heritage for the Memory of the World International Register. Now, with that background, there are, if you will, just 5 strategic areas in which we operate at the headquarters. And so that is what that table is all about. It includes the strategic focus, it includes the status and the actions that we have taken in relation to that strategic foresight. It also includes what we are projecting into the future, what we are changing about what we have done so far. For example, for the first strategic focus, continued support for the implementation of the 2015 recommendation. Our aim there is to initiate actions that increase the setting up of national committees and, of course, the strengthening of regional committees where these exist. And we are seeking ways of establishing even newer regional, including even sub-regional committees, as we have done, for example, in the Gulf states. The idea is to treat these formations as vehicles for the implementation of the 2015 recommendation. Where we don't have these, we try to engage national commissions for UNESCO to do all they can to set up such committees, or at least to attach importance to the Memory of the World program. So moving forward, we are investing a lot more in the Africa Regional Committee of Memory of the World. We are encouraging others to partner with them, and as the report by Mr. Kwibe Kim indicates, the inter-regional cooperation has started in earnest, and that for us is a joy to behold. And I will say something else with respect to the second focus, which is promoting a shared view of memory of the world. Now, we may have national committees, we may have regional committees, and if left to their own devices, they may get lost, balkanized in their own ways of doing things. The idea is to bring them together to have a shared vision of what documentary heritage is all about, of what this notion of memory or memories of the world is all about. What are some of the emerging challenges to which we should link it? If we're given, situations of conflict, Gaza, Ukraine, and so on and so forth, what implications does that have for documentary heritage? That is an important question for us. And we had already started attempting to look at these issues when we initiated the idea of inter-regional conferences. We've had 2 of those, and we have divested ourselves from these inter-regional conferences because we believe that the 3 regional committees can now do this. The fact that you have MOWCAP, MOLAC, and ACMO working together means that headquarters is really no longer necessary in terms of bringing together these regional committees. They can do it on their own. The momentum is there. They're recognizing the need for this. The question of digitization, the question of disaster risk reduction in relation to preservation, it's becoming increasingly important, and all of them seem to be seized by that. So we have moved back from that and are doing something different. For example, this year, in October 28 and 29, we are going to have an international conference in Paris. The focus of that international conference is documentary heritage as a knowledge asset for intercultural dialogue. The idea is to bring together member states to reflect on how documentary heritage can be enlisted in situations like Gaza, in situations like Ukraine, how joint nominations, for example, can be drawn upon to bring countries together, to focus on themes that unify them, rather than themes that divide them, to try to forge international cooperation, to try to build peace in the minds of men and women. By the way, this international conference has the full blessing of the Director General. She is keen to pursue this particular issue, so member states can see that documentary heritage is in fact a platform for discussing how we can work together in a broken world. We will be inviting as a keynote speaker, if he confirms, Sir David Khalidi, who is the founder of the Khalidi Foundation, and he has authored a book called The Art of Peace, looking at artistic creations and how they can be drawn upon to bring cultures together, to bring nations together in dialogue. So this is important for us. At the same time, this international conference will incorporate the 4th edition of the Global Policy Forum, which is funded by the government of Japan. So the first day, 28th, is going to be devoted to the international conference, the second day to the Global Policy Forum, and alongside both these, there will be an exhibition. And we're encouraging member states, memory institutions to join us to come and showcase their documentary heritage. We're encouraging in particular those member states that have got joint inscriptions on the Memory of the World International Register to showcase these, to have some kind of narrative, some kind of thread that ties them together in a spirit of dialogue, in a spirit of cooperation, in a spirit of tolerance, and so on and so forth. So let me urge you to take advantage of this. My colleagues are sending out a call for participation. Please do take advantage of this, and we will support you as much as we can. But also, in terms of trying to generate a shared vision of what Memory of the World is, we are trying to engage much more actively in artificial intelligence. And we are commissioning a desktop study of the usage, the possible usage of artificial intelligence in the identification, preservation, and accessibility of documentary heritage. And we are asking the expert, so that we're contracting to provide some policy proposals for member states and memory institutions, the extent to which they can exploit the potentialities of artificial intelligence. This is important for us. And on this particular issue, may I call upon ICDH? I haven't seen our colleagues from ICDH to try to engage, around this issue with us, given, the high-tech industry that is represented in the Republic of Korea. We are very keen that we try to engage some of the companies and whether or not we could encourage them to invest a lot more in the type of artificial intelligence that can save the needs of memory institutions where documentary heritage is concerned. We know that they're doing a lot in other areas that are easy to monetize, are easy to commercialize, but certainly there is much more that can be done with documentary heritage, especially ancient manuscripts and the language models that have been developed, which could help decode some of the dead languages in which these ancient manuscripts are authored, so that we can have a meaning of what they really were all about. This is important for us. So moving on, another strategic area for us is supporting upstream preservation policies and downstream capacity building for memory institutions, especially through digitization. And we've offered lots of support, particularly to African countries, seeing that we are focused on global priority Africa. This is important for us, and we are inviting as many countries as possible to invest, in that part of the world. It's not a mistake that ACMO is now, up and about. We have invested in it, ensuring that it has a modicum of executive decision making, that people are committed to it, that they can, in fact, produce, publications to galvanize support, around what they're doing, that they can network with other regional committees. All that is deliberate. It's been a work in progress for us, and we are happy to see that it is bearing, some fruits. And we are also, at the same time, using many of the other activities that I have, highlighted, not least the Global Policy Forum, to try to look at policy issues relating to preservation. And by the way, the 4th edition of the Global Policy Forum is going to look at documentary heritage and DRR from policy to practice. We're going to have communities of practicing coming to share experiences about how they have carried out preservation in their memory institutions and so on and so forth. So it will be an opportunity to link with such innovations there as well. Something else that we are doing with respect to this is, again, the Jigji Memory of the World Prize, which is funded by the Republic of Korea. We are accepting nominations. The deadline is the 15th of May, so please encourage institutions that you think might stand a chance of winning this. Going forward, we'll be increasing the prize money thanks to the new mayor of Cheonju. This is a very good development. We hope that it will encourage more submitters in that sense. We have also launched a global initiative to safeguard documentary heritage at risk, focusing on least developed countries and small island and developing states. And this is supported again by the government of Japan, and we hope that it can become a special financing vehicle into which other member states can invest going forward. But we have already received some 200 applications, demonstrating to you the needs on the ground, and also the fact that there is growing interest in the Memory of the World program as such. So again, we are seeing ourselves much more as an enabler rather than an implementer of activities, so supporting initiatives on the ground through such financing modalities. We are also, fourthly, trying to enhance strategic partnerships, across a whole range of issues, of products, working with initiatives like Google Arts and Culture, INRIA for software, source code, Digital Preservation Coalition, Wikimedia too, through the Kalili Foundation. We will be working with them to tell stories based on the inscriptions on the Memory of the World International Register in a way that is compelling, in a way that can draw in people. We've already started that through the production of educational materials, including for young people, but we want to go much more digital with respect to that. And we've got a relationship coming up also with Swiss Peace, particularly in Ukraine. This is a very active relationship, and we hope to invite them to the international conference to take part in one of the discussion panels that we are organizing on that particular issue. And finally, of course, for us, another strategic area is that of increasing the number of inscriptions on the Memory of the World International Register from, in particular, underrepresented regions, and trying to exploit the educational potential of those inscriptions. I've given some statistics there. Obviously, the Arab states are focused, so also is Africa, and I'm happy to say here that as a result of enhanced cooperation with the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, for example, as well as the government of Brazil, more and more African memory institutions are developing an interest in the register. And the number of nominations for this cycle, for example, has doubled that of the last cycle. This is definitely something that we're celebrating. It is something that senior management is eager to see happening. So a lot of it from top management at UNESCO, and that is why we're so grateful for the relationship that we have with the Korean National Commission. And this year they'll be holding the next capacity building workshop in Ghana. I was able to influence in some way that decision. Because I was keen that they do it there, in order to, although it's expensive, my colleague was telling me, but I think it's worth the funding. So let's do this. It's something that is key to us, and we're developing other relationships to try to ensure that the number of nominations from these underrepresented regions increases. We also have reconstituted the International Advisory Committee. We had 7 members leaving. We've brought in other people, a mix of old and new, men and women. Again, we have beefed up the participation of African experts to 3, representing the linguistic the different linguistic regions of Africa. Portuguese speaking, French speaking, English speaking. Again, this is in our effort to ensure that the register begins to reflect the world as a whole, and will continue, to do that, to rotate among the different regions in terms of the number advantage. So this cycle, Africa has the advantage. The last one, the Arab states had the advantage. The next one, it probably is going to be Asia. And speaking about Asia, she was indeed designated by the Director General to be a member of the IAC. So you have your own expert here that is highly valued by the Director General. Thank you so much. So in summary, these are the 5 strategic areas in which we are working, and these are the ways in which we are trying to make with respect to delivering on all 5, continually supporting the implementation of the 2015 recommendation, promoting a shared view of the memory of the world, supporting upstream preservation policies and downstream capacity building, enhancing strategic partnerships and equity in the number of inscriptions on the Memory of the World International Register. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faxon, for sharing what you've been doing at the global level. So after hearing what the regional office and headquarters have been doing and what they plan to do, this is a great time to have a tea break, and we're right on time. So we can discuss future activities that we can go together during that socializing. But before, I would just like to share a couple of housekeeping announcements. I would just like to remind our participants to speak closely to the microphone for our interpreters, who are doing a great job there. So if we can just get a round of applause for our interpreters, who are working very, very hard for us. And if you're not speaking, please turn off your microphone so that the sole microphone that's in operation is that of the speaker. So thank you so much, and I would like to all invite you for tea and coffee. And then we're back in 15 minutes at 11:15. Thank you so much.
Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Rolpe Dorje. It is originally titled The Mirgud Qarkhing Orang in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia, and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105, and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Altentovch, the golden summary of the principles of statecraft founded by ancient Hans. An exceptionally valuable historical resource that encompasses the history, legends and myths and genres of ancient literature of Mongolia, transmitted from the prehistoric periods to the 17th century. Written by Gush Lobsang Danzang, a 17th century Mongolian polymath and translator, and his disciples, this treatise is typically called as Lo Altentovch. It is generally considered as an original copy of the Secret History of the Mongols, written in vertical Mongol script, and the work is special that it contains 233 out of the 282 paragraphs in the Secret History of the Mongols, not only verbatim, but with additional detail in certain parts. It contains significant historical information and facts of the history of Mongolian state from Genghis Khan to Lichten Khan. Kung Onghedin Jamyang, the first director of the Institute of Sutra and the Scripts, found out and brought the original pen copy that was kept by Taj Demdeng of Yunshobu clan in Baintumung Hoshu of Hanghinti Oling Aimag in 1926. Altentovch was inscribed on the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 1995 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 241, and in 2009 and in 2011 respectively, it was inscribed to the UNESCO's Asia-Pacific Memory of the World Register and Memory of the World Register. Altentovch, the golden summary of the principles of statecraft founded by ancient Hans. Inscription on the Dotinghar rock. Dotinghat, also known as Dot Rock, is a beautiful natural rock formation with a black exterior and a white and gray interior. This rock is located in Dilgarkhansum, Central Province, and is famous for the poem inscribed on it by Tsogt Taj. The inscription on the rock tells the story of Taj's heart-wrenching experience on the 21st day of the first autumn in the year of the White Rooster. Taj rode his armored sled up Hangai Khan's northern mountain. When he looked towards the east, he was overcome with emotion and cried for his aunt, who had been married off to a distant clan. Taj had already felt politically isolated, and Halot's departure made him feel even more alone. The 7 stanzas of the Dothat inscription are a tribute to Halot's memory. Taj's poetic musings are philosophical and poignant. By expressing his deep sense of loss, Taj has created a work of art that resonates with anyone who has experienced the pain of separation from a loved one. It was inscribed to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2023. Inscription on the Doting Har Rock. Kanjur, written in 9 jewels. Kanjur, literally meaning translated words of the Buddha, is the entire collection of texts regarded as Buddha words, compiled and translated into Tibetan. The complete collection of Kanjur in 9 jewels was crafted by writing the treatise in ink made of pigments of 9 jewels on composite varnished paper dyed in black. The Kanjur in 9 jewels was worshipped at the Tashchoimpol temple of Ikhure and was handed over to the Library of Mongolian Academy of Sciences in 1937 to 1938. This work is the one and only exceptionally invaluable artwork, illustrated with exquisite images of Buddhist deities, offerings, and elaborate symbolic patterns and motifs, crafted by dozens of prominent masters, craftsmen, and scholars of that time. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2002 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 118, and it was inscribed to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2013. Kanjur, written in 9 jewels. Mongol Shungkhang, or Mongol Vermilion Tanjur. Tanjur is a large collection of over 3,427 works and treatises on 10 major and minor Buddhist sciences composed by ancient Indian and Tibetan scholars and pandidats. Mongolians started translating the Tanjur from the time when Buddhism started spreading in Mongolia. In the first half of the 18th century, Chankya Rolpe Dorje, Shiret Hoduk Lobsen Dembi Nyam, and 200 other translators worked on the translation of the Tanjur from Tibetan into Mongolian and printed 226 volumes in wood block in Beijing between 1742 and 1749. A complete Tanjur that was worshipped at the Sheshnik Badrolach temple or Thriver or Legion temple in Sakharin Surkhoshu, or banner of Tsahar herds of Hosha Chingwang Nayant, Jasa of Sanayang Aimag of Halk Mongolia, was brought and exalted at the Institute in 1925 by Gung Onkheding Jamyang, the director of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts, after making an agreement with Chingwang Nayant to safekeep the sutra at the library of the Institute in 1924. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 1995 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 241, and in 2011 it was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register. Mongol Shungkhang, or Mongol Vermilion Tanjur. a stone stele monument for Mongol Tanjore. The stone stele monument for the agreement on transferring the Mongol Chongheng Tanjore for permanent custody of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts. Cheng Wang Nayant had made a request to inscribe the Tanjore Agreement on monument, which was stated in the provision number 7 of the agreement. Jamian, director of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts, assigned Dendev to accomplish this task. Dendev designed the stele monument in the identical style to the stele at Tamdarja Monastery and started engraving the monument in 1929, leaving the last few words unfinished. Later in 1954, Dendev, aged 64 by the time, finished his engraving of the incomplete 64 letters as well as his signature as instructed by the Mongolian Academy of Sciences. He started making the stele when he was 37, and it took him 27 years to finish engraving the stele inscription. It was inscribed to UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2017. A stone stele monument for Mongol Tanjore. Tara Savorous Goddesses. Praise to the white Tara and green Tara goddesses. This praise was written in a small piece of paper by Geshe Shagch in the early 20th century. It was kept by Demden Suring, a prominent Mongolian scholar, for many years and was given in gift to the Central Library on the occasion of the establishment of the Exhibition Hall of Rare and Ancient Books and Sutras on October 24, 1980. Written in Tibetan in a total of 79 lines in black and red ink in great density on a small piece of paper, it contains 62 stanzas in Tibetan or 250 lines of eulogy, 5,718 letters, and 2,510 dot marks. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2002 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 118, and in 2014 it was inscribed to the Asia-Pacific Memory of the World Register. Tara Savorous Goddesses.
Okay, can we stop the music, please? Thank you. All right, I hope everybody had a nice break. So we're going to resume the session and continue with presentations from key partners of MOWCAP. So we're going to start with a presentation from our partners at the International Center for Documentary Heritage. Please go ahead.
Good morning, distinguished hosts and participants. My name is Ju Yang from International Center for Documentary Heritage, ICDH. And I would like to firstly extend my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture in Mongolia, MOWCAP, and Mongolia National Commission for UNESCO for this gracious invitation. And today I would like to provide an overview of ICDH recent activities and work plans going forward. Next slide, please. First, I would like to give a brief history of ICDH. It was established upon the agreement between the Korean government and the UNESCO headquarters with the aim of to ensure the safeguarding of documentary heritage. Due to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we initiated our operation in 2020 with focus on online engagement like webinars and content creation. But as the physical center was launched in the Cheongju City, Korea last November, we are fully ready to pave the way for expanded international collaboration in this field. So the center's vision and role is to contribute to the preservation and enhancement of accessibility and awareness of global documentary heritage in line with UNESCO MOW program. And with this vision and focus, we like to plan to carry out more various activities like education, training, content development, research, as well as public relations. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you. This slide shows our organizational structure. Our center operates under the governance framework comprising the Secretary General, the board, executive committee, as well as the auditor. And under that, we have 4 offices for strategic planning, research, education, and external relations to ensure the efficiency and the focus in our strategic tasks. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. Next. Okay. As for the recent activities, we hosted the first MOW International Conference and special exhibition to commemorate our center's new launch. And the conference brought together the experts to discuss the status and future direction of MOW program. And we plan to create more opportunities to foster the interdisciplinary dialogue in this field. And also the exhibition featured over 100 MOW registers introducing the MOW to the public. And moving forward, we will enhance visitor experiences by providing educational programs as well as developing an online exhibition platform. And next, I would like to highlight the center's capacity building activities. Last year, there was a MOW International Training co-hosted with the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, with participation of 11 countries, including Ghana, Kazakhstan, and Sri Lanka. We had various capacity building sessions, including the consultation on how to write nomination form and make the registration by the experts for the custodians. And in addition, the center has been hosting the webinar each year to provide expert lectures on the significance of documentary heritage relating to specific themes like peace and human rights. In 2022, we launched the Silk Road Documentary Heritage Project with partnership of the International Studies for Central Asian Research Institute. We verified the nomination title and list of Sogdian scripts from Mount Mook for inscription with expert consultation. The nominated artifacts were assessed against various criteria and presented in a nomination form with input from experts in Sogdian heritage. A total of 4 interim reports were submitted to the center to inform on the progress made and offer details and challenges. And this has led to the formal submission of a nomination form to the Secretariat last November. To raise more awareness, next slide please. Okay, thank you. To raise more awareness, we focus on developing and disseminating the promotional materials. The prime example is our Mo coloring book to educate and inspire the youth and students on the value and the significance of documentary heritage. In addition, we produce diverse online content, including the short-form animation featuring Mo themes. So as for the plans going forward from this year, as Dr. Faxon Vanda noted in his presentation, our center also acknowledged the importance of supporting the small island developing states. So in this connection, we has formed the Pacific Working Group with the UNESCO Mo Australian Commission and the Pacific Manuscript Bureau and the Australian National University and the National Archives of Australia. And based on this networking pool in the Pacific region, we will plan to host an online roundtable in the second half of this year to discuss the suggestion for the capacity building training program for the small island developing countries in Asia Pacific region in 2025, which will be hosted by the ICDH. And also we launched the International Journal of Documentary Heritage with the participation of 12 experts from 11 countries, including the chairpersons of regional committees. And this journal aims to provide a quality peer-reviewed annual publication by activating the global collaboration and sharing research and best practices in this field. Thus, we look forward to your attention and support in the submission for our first edition. And you can find more details on our website regarding the call for papers and the schedule. And furthermore, we are engaging in a joint research to identify and support the nomination of documentary heritage. The potential documentary heritage is the peace agreement collection for the Mindanao peace process in the Philippines through a partnership with the National Commission for Culture and Arts of the Philippines and the UNESCO National Commission for the Philippines. We seek to preserve and promote heritage collections to foster a culture of peace and understanding. And in line with our commitment to awareness raising, we are developing educational resources on Mo for students in collaboration with UNESCO Beijing office and the Mo's Knowledge Center in Macau and the Subcommittee on Research, Education and Research. So, and also we are working with the Korea creative content agencies to create other content resources like games to promote the awareness of the documentary heritage among students as well. So going forward, our center will not spare any efforts in preserving and promoting the Mo, and we welcome collaboration with MOWCAP and other stakeholders to ensure the safeguarding of our precious documentary heritage. So if you have any inquiries or expressions of interest, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to our colleagues at the Asia Culture Center for sharing their activities with us. So please take note that they're launching the International Center for Documentary Heritage journal. So if you want to submit any materials there, we wish them the best in the implementation of their future activities and to the production of the educational materials that they plan to do. I would like to also take this opportunity to remind everyone to speak well into the microphones, especially for our interpreters. And as well, if your interpretation device isn't working, try to fiddle around with the wiring. That certainly helped to fix my issue. So I hope that works for you. If not, you can ask our support staff on hand to help you out. So with that, I would like to now invite our friends and colleagues at the Asia Culture Center to deliver on presentation on their activities. They will be joining us online. Please go ahead. Hi, Salem.
Share my screen first. Okay. Okay, so my name is Salem Lim from Asia Culture Center, in charge of ACC MOWCAP cooperation projects. Today I am going to present about ACC MOWCAP Small Grants Program.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
One of the most significant cooperation projects between ACC and MOWCAP since 2008 of Culture, Tourism, Republic of Korea. ACC produces new future-oriented results through convergence of Asia's past and present arts, culture with innovative ideas and beliefs. We are an integrated platform where participants from Asia and the rest of the world can freely unite and exchange their ideas through research, creation, and production. And this chart demonstrates the 5 major functions of ACC, which are culture exchange, archive and research, education, production, and creation. This is just the layout of ACC's venue, where these 5 major functions are performed. And as can be seen in the layout, our building is comprised of ACC Creation, Theater, Museum, and ACC Children, where various exhibitions, performances, educational programs, and festivals take place. So if you are planning to visit Korea one day, please stop by ACC and enjoy some of these programs here. Moving on to the next part of my presentation, ACC MOWCAP cooperation activities. ACC and the Memory of the World Committee for Asia and the Pacific entered into a cooperation partnership in 2015 to promote protection, preservation, awareness, universal access, and use of the documentary heritage in Asia and the Pacific by supporting and strengthening the Memory of the World program. And since 2015, various projects and activities have been carried out, and among them, ACC MOWCAP Small Grants Program is one of the most significant cooperation activities. So then, what is the ACC MOWCAP Small Grants Program? This program was jointly launched by ACC and MOWCAP in 2018 to support the efforts of many groups and organizations that collect, preserve, and provide access to documentary heritage from the Asia-Pacific region. And through this program, we support archives, museums, and libraries in the Asia-Pacific, undertaking innovative projects and initiatives to preserve and provide access to their collections. And in this way, the grant also constitutes part of the overall aim of the UNESCO Memory of the World program. So from 2018 to 2022, we had an open call each year calling for applications from the organizations based in the Asia Pacific region. And organizations applying for the grant program should be non-governmental and have support from their UNESCO National MOW Committee or UNESCO National Commission to be eligible for the grant program. Then the MOWCAP Bureau and ACC go through a careful assessment of the submitted project proposals to select the appropriate projects for the grant program. And after the selection, and when the projects are implemented, the selected grantees are required to submit an interim report to share their project procedure in the middle of the project and a full final report after the completion of their projects. So owing to these efforts of ACC, MOWCAP, and the selected grantees to preserve and improve accessibility to documentary heritage from the Asia Pacific region, we were able to achieve the results of supporting 45 projects from 16 countries over the past 5 years through funding of approximately $150,000 US. And the supported projects have been very diverse, involving preservation, digitization, production of books, documentary films and catalogs, as well as holding seminars and training programs. In 2023, in order to highlight the results of these supported projects, ACC and MOWCAP jointly organized a special seminar to meet some of these grant recipients. We have invited 8 best practice projects from 7 countries that are from Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam. The invited grantees presented about their projects and how their project outcomes were utilized. We also had 3 members from MOWCAP Bureau and 2 members from UNESCO Bangkok as panels to review, comment, and advise on the projects. This event was a great opportunity to meet our grant recipients in person and assess the results of ACC MOWCAP Small Grants program, as well as raising awareness on the importance of preserving these cultural heritages. And this year, we are proud to inform you that the ACC MOWCAP Small Grants program for 2024 cycle has been relaunched. Grants of up to $5,000 US will be supported for the selected projects. And as mentioned before, organizations that are based in the Asia Pacific, non-governmental, and have support from the UNESCO National MOW Committee or National Commission will be eligible to apply for this program. And you can make your applications by using the online application form. And the submission deadline is the 10th of May 2024, which is in about a few days. So for more details, please visit MOWCAP or ACC website where you can find the guidelines for the application. Okay, that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions or have any suggestions about the program, please feel free to contact me through this email address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Salem. It's been a pleasure working with the Asia Culture Center. And in fact, we have some of our recipients of the grants here today, such as the World Heritage Moving Image Center from Malaysia. We cannot stress enough how important the Small Grants program is and how it supports grassroots initiatives that do not receive regular government funding to be able to support their documentary heritage activities. And it was a pleasure to meet young people from the Association of Young Mongolists as well, to see the great work that they were doing in the provinces of Mongolia. So you feel free to ask Salem or to ask me for any more information on the Small Grants program. And the announcement is on the website as well as on the MOWCAP Facebook. So thank you so much for that to our partners and friends at ICDH and ACC. So now, without further ado, we'll move on to the next item, which is a discussion session on the Memory of the World program in Asia and the Pacific. At first, I would like to invite Dr. Helen Jarvis, our RSC chair, to maybe say a couple words on how the MOWCAP register guidelines kind of work. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm just making a couple of very brief points. Actually, we had a long discussion at the 2022 9th General Meeting in Andong about the revisions. We've spent many years because of the freezing of the international and regional programs and a comprehensive review of the whole Memory of the World program, which was conducted from UNESCO headquarters and the executive board. We had to wait until 2021 when the new international guidelines, general guidelines, was released. And then we had a small committee, including Diane and myself and former Secretary General Andrew Henderson, to revise the regional guidelines in line with the international one, but making modifications for our particular context in the Asia and Pacific. We discussed it at some length last time, and last time we had a decision from the General Meeting to endorse in principle the new revised guidelines. We were given the authorization at the Bureau and from the Register Subcommittee to make any slight modifications that might be necessary. And so I'm just bringing it back now to the General Meeting for endorsement of the final one. The only modifications we made were within issues of time limits for different steps in the process. I'll be talking a little bit more about the guidelines and how they have impacted on the latest round of nominations for the 2024 cycle, because I think we all know that it was a new system, a lot of new steps and new expectations, which made it a challenge for the nominators and also a challenge for the Register Subcommittee to work with the nominators over the past year. So I'll go into that a little bit later on, but this is just to get the formal endorsement from the General Meeting for the revision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen. Yes, indeed, as you said, at the last General Meeting, member state delegates did request for more time to prepare their nomination dossiers and more time for the review. So we heard you and we implemented it in this round. So we can discuss it more during our time here, but we answered those concerns and requests from the last meeting. So thank you so much, Helen, for that. Do we want to discuss, does anybody have any comments about the proposed draft for the MOWCAP Code of Ethics? Just a recap, a draft was shared with our meeting participants last week for your review and input. They reflect the International Code of Ethics, but with regional modifications for implementation in this part of the world. If there are any comments, suggestions, please go ahead. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
借此机会，感谢蒙古文化部、蒙古教科文全委会全力承办此次会议。你们的热情好客，让我们在蒙古非常愉快。感谢执行局起草职业道德规范。我们认为制定并通过这个规范非常必要，它能够为世界记忆项目在本地区的健康发展保驾护航。我们非常赞同该职业道德规范的各项条款，认为它为各个方面，包括提名方制定了行为准则，让大家明白什么可以做，什么不可以做，非常的清楚明了，具有非常强的可操作性。我们完全同意这个职业道德规范。谢谢。
Now I'll translate. I'd like to take this chance to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Mongolia and the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for organizing this conference. Your hospitality makes us spend a pleasant time here. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to the MOWCAP Bureau for formulating the Code of Ethics. We believe that it is essential to formulate and adopt this code, which can safeguard the healthy development of Mo in Asia and the Pacific region. We strongly agree with the various provisions of this Code of Ethics and believe that it has formulated a code of conduct for all parties, including nominating parties, so that everyone can understand what can and cannot be done. It is very clear and highly operable. We fully agree with this Code of Ethics. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our delegates in China for agreeing with the provisions provided. We appreciate your support. Are there any other comments on the MOWCAP, on the proposed MOWCAP Code of Ethics? Okay, shall we move to adopt the MOWCAP, the proposed MOWCAP Code of Ethics? Is there another motion to to adopt them? Yes, from the Philippines. Philippines is giving the motion to adopt the MOWCAP Code of Ethics. Thank you to our delegates in the Philippines. Okay, so we can consider the MOWCAP Code of Ethics adopted. Thank you so much, Diane, and to the rest of the MOWCAP Bureau members for your work in this. So now that the MOWCAP Code of Ethics is officially adopted, we'd like to invite any more broad discussion on MOWCAP matters or the Memory of the World program in Asia Pacific. This is an open floor for discussion. We have about 5 minutes left, but of course we'll have all of our time here together to discuss areas for collaboration or any future activities. We can do that during break time, but if there's anything you would like to record officially at this time, please go ahead. So if no ideas come to you now, please feel free to think about any ideas you may have and offer them up for discussion whenever they arise. Do know that the MOWCAP Bureau is open to listening to you, and you can always write to the Secretary General at mowcapinfo@gmail.com, or even drop us a line on Facebook, drop us a line on Instagram. We're here to hear you out so that we can support our stakeholders and memory institutions, governments, and grassroots organizations taking care of documentary heritage in Asia and the Pacific. Okay, so if there are no items for discussion, but it's fine. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to discuss more as we go along. Oh, okay. To our friends in Bangladesh.
I do not know how to thank MOWCAP also coming up with new vision and new ideas. And we are really overwhelmed by the work that MOWCAP has done over the years with such a small secretariat, but so many work that they have been undertaken. And from Bangladesh, we'll say that we are actually fallen behind. We have only one submission which was inscribed in the International Register, and this year we have another submission. But we feel very inspired that we will work together through the Bangladesh National Commission for UNESCO and also with the civil partners. And we found that the presentation made by the ICDH is also very interesting for us, because this publication of ICDH, we have reprinted it in Bangladesh. And also with the SEC, we are working with SEC with the exhibition. We worked with Women in History in 2021 with the presentation of Rokeya to the recent figures in history. And also we have formed a coalition of a few museums under the umbrella of SEC and looking into women in history with the Vietnamese Women Museum and also the Guangzhou May 18 Foundation Museum. So we found that MOWCAP has given actually a platform to exchange and to develop new vision and new ideas. And we can say that the Bangladesh National Commission has recently been reconstituted, and we look forward to come up with proposals because we see many opportunities that MOWCAP can offer. So we highly appreciate the presentation that has been made so far. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mafidul, for your comments. And we're glad that MOWCAP can bring together people from various countries to work on important issues such as gender. This also reminds me, I would like to also share with the meeting that the UN is celebrating the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. That was launched in 2022 and will last until 2032. This is spearheaded by UNESCO, but it's a UN-wide initiative. And so this also applies to the Memory of the World program. So we would like to take this opportunity to invite our participants here, when you're looking at your documentary heritage, to keep an eye out for anything in indigenous or ethnic languages, even if they don't have a written form, because the documentation of oral histories and oral literature is just as important, if not more significant, to preserve in the Asia-Pacific region. And if you have any questions on that, well, please feel free to write to us. So thank you so much. And if there are there any other comments before we break out to lunch? All right, well, thank you so much for a successful meeting this morning, and we will now break out for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. So thank you so much for your attention and your participation, and we will see you in a bit. Yeah.
Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Ronpa Dorje. It is originally titled the Mirgud Qarkhing Orang in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia, and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105 and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Wood printing blocks of a Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary of Buddhist terminologies, which was composed under the supervision of Chankya Rolpe Dorje. It is originally titled The Mirgud Qarkhing Orang in Mongolian, which means the land of emerging erudites. In 1924, when the People's Republic of Mongolia declared its independence and sovereignty in Asia, and the first printing house of Mongolia started issuing the first modern publications, the wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise was crafted at the Aga Monastic School of Buryatia in 1924 at the initiative of the Institute of Sutra and Scripts of Mongolian Academy of Sciences. These wood printing blocks, therefore, became a testimony of the historical tradition of bookmaking not only among the Mongols but also in Asia, and its national documentary heritage of Mongolia, bearing institutional memory of the process of social and cultural development and reform in Mongolia. It was included in the list of the exceptionally invaluable historical and cultural monuments of Mongolia in 2012 by the government of Mongolia under its resolution number 105 and was inscribed to the UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2011. Wood printing blocks of the Tibetan-Mongolian dictionary titled A Lexicon Resource for the Wise. Altentavch, the golden summary of the principles of statecraft founded by ancient Khans. An exceptionally valuable historical resource that encompasses the history, legends, and myths and genres of ancient literature of Mongolia, transmitted from the prehistoric periods to the 17th century. Written by Gush Lobsang Danzang, a 17th century Mongolian polymath and translator, and his disciples, this treatise is typically called as Lo Altentavch. It is generally considered
about the country report this afternoon, and I'm very happy to be co-chair with Professor Dr. Misuru Haga, Vice Chair of MOWCAP. And this time we received a 23 country report, and for the first part I will share 12 country report, beginning with the Australia national report until Maldives. And then my colleague Misuru Haga will continue until the end. And unfortunately, I have 3 online presentation. So I think we start with the Australia National Report by online. The technical, could you please prepare the machine for Australia country report, please?
Australia country report will be presented online by Roslyn Russell.
Roslyn? Roslyn, are you ready? Do you hear me, Roslyn? If no, we can come back. Roslyn, now respond. If no, we can come back later. And I'd like to invite the country report of delegation of Bangladesh, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Bangladesh delegation, I'm Zubaida Manna, Deputy Secretary General of UNESCO, Bangladesh National Commission for UNESCO. I'm going to represent Bangladesh and we'll try to read out the national report of Bangladesh. Warm greetings from Bangladesh, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the biennial report on behalf of the committee. To begin with, at the very outset, I would like to extend our thanks to UNESCO MOW program for inserting the historic 7th March speech of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in the International Register in 2017. And in this forum, I also want to say that this year, we also register one of the Memory of the World. This is Sultana's Dream. Now, I'm reading out that name of the committee is Bangladesh Memory of the World Committee. List of the members, it is given here. It is comprised by 14 members actually. Mahfidul Sir is here, he is the convener. And along with our important members from different sectors were comprised to comprise this committee. Then we have our mail and reference to committee chart of terms of reference. This committee will work on the following areas: identifying documentary heritage of the country, preparing and maintaining a national register, preparing and sending nomination dossier to the competent authorities on time, preparing and sending reports to the competent authorities, organizing program, that is seminars, training and workshop, maintaining close contact with relevant stakeholders and authorities. Budget and sources of funding, definitely government of Bangladesh will also try to explore other arenas. Activities and achievements, a nomination file titled Sultana's Dream by Rokeya Shahadat Hussain, an outstanding early feminist sci-fi work with additional published nomination in to Memory of the World Committee for Asia and the Pacific, MOWCAP, for possible inscription in the MOWCAP Regional Register 2024. Recently, the MOWCAP Register Subcommittee, RSC, has reviewed the nomination. The RSC acknowledges the regional significances of the feminist forward-thinking sci-fi nomination, which challenges the norms of its era and remains relevant today with re-renderation in academic and artistic ways. They recommended its provisional inscription on the MOWCAP register and provided preliminary recommendations and comments to revise and resubmit the nomination. The Liberation War Museum, Bangladesh, which is the nominator of the file, is currently working on it. Okay, sorry for my hectic.
5 minutes.
Okay.
So please take essential information.
Okay.
Please.
Previously, the historic 7th March speech of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was inscribed on the MOW International Register in 2009. Rahman was inscribed on International Center for the Documentary Heritage, a UNESCO Category 2 organization in Korea, has published a book, Memory of the World Filled with Color, in 2021, which was reprinted in Bangladesh by the Liberation War Museum in 2023. This is promoting the MOW in the country, which already our sir showed to you. National MOW Register, the new MOW National Committee has been working on preparing a national MOW Register and initially considered working on the Ramawala Library of Kumilla, Bangladesh, which has a collection of approximately 9,000 palm leaf and paper manuscripts, mostly from the early modern period, and the handwritten folk poem collected by Abdul Karim Sahitya Bisharad, donated to Bangla Academy, which is a rich treasure of folk medieval poems of Bengal. Both the depository need digitization, and preservation. The formation of the new MOWCAP National Committee and its activities, actually, we sent it for the newsletter. May I take this opportunity to have some remarks? Would you please? Okay. It's our pleasure to inform you that the National Committee has already had its first meeting on 29th April 2024. After long discussions, the committee members have agreed to the following core decisions. As a preparation of establishing a national register, the committee will identify and collect information on the documentary heritages of Bangladesh from every corner of the country, and then preliminarily prepare a tentative list of documentary heritages. This will remain as a continuous process. Experts on the relevant fields will be co-opted to help with the technicians. Representatives of the committee to the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting will request MOWCAP to offer capacity building workshop, trainings, technical support, etc. to the National Committee, newly formed National Committee. Thank you.
You have a lot of activities and,
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
on publishing and preparing nomination. Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes.
We are working, and preliminary we have just selected 120 heritages,
Yes.
and we are working on it,
Yeah,
and hopefully our National Committee will work on it.
Okay.
And your cooperation is highly appreciated.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we continue with the country report of Cambodia. And you know that we have a full text already, so please present the important achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, for giving me a floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I would like to express our thanks to MOWCAP as well as Mongolian government for inviting to general meeting. Since I'm a first time to join the conference, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Chu Meng Hong. I'm Secretary General of National Commission for UNESCO, and I'm also the Chief Secretary of National Commission for Memory of the World. So let me begin with the history of our national committees. After having been listed in the Memory of the World for International Archive of Tuslang Museum, the royal government have been established the National Committee, which named as Cambodian National Committee for Memory of the World. In October 2014, the royal government of Cambodia ratified sub-decree to establish the National Committee for Memory of the World to be responsible for the memory of the world in Cambodia. And in October 2022, the Ministry of Culture and Fine Art have ratified official declaration on creating the Secretariat to be responsible for the work of the Committee for Memory of the World. It was put under the National Commission for UNESCO. Regarding to the budget for our national committees and establish the National Committee, our team has no budget, has been allocated for implement the activity regarding the memory of the world. However, in November 2022, the Ministry of Culture and Fine Art have been given the support to organize the workshop to increasing the awareness and to disseminate the knowledge of memory of the world. From 2024 onwards, the Secretariat of Cambodian National Committee for Memory of the World have received around 2,500 per year to implement the activity regarding the memory of the world in Cambodia. For the activity and achievement, the Secretary team has organized 5 meetings between 2022 and 2023. All team member and related institutions to plan activity which continue to support especially from Dr. Helen Chavi, advisor to the royal government of Cambodia. As a part of meeting, our secretary team also organized a trip to different archives in Cambodia to understand the conservation and preservation of its institution. Nowadays, our team are currently trying to develop the form of the national registers as well as the guideline for the institution, individual, and as well as NGO who wish to nominate their properties. Even though now it's not yet official approved, but we expect that it will be approved at the end of this year. For the future plan, in the next 5 years, we plan to add to establish the national inventory books for the memory of the world for the national level, and we plan to register at least 2 nominations into the international and regional memory of the world. It is all about our committee. I thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Myung Hong, who gave a short country report, but there are a lot of information about your activity about MO, especially about the support, the special support of Dr. Helen Jarvis, about the enhanced of awareness about the preservation in the memory institution in Cambodia. It's very important. Thank you very much. Now we continue for the next country report of Republic of Popular of China. Please take your stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be here sharing the national report of National Committee of China. I'll briefly introduce our work recently. First of all, what we have done. Firstly, we conducted training on MO register nomination. In 2023, the National Committee held a training workshop on nomination for MO registers, guiding documentary heritage custodians to raise awareness of archival documentary heritage preservation, excavate archival documents of regional and global significance in their collections, encourage them to nominate and to improve their related ability. Secondly, we have been organizing the nomination for MO registers. The National Committee has submitted the nomination of printing blocks housed at the Dege Printing House, archives of Chengdu traditional tea houses, and Huizhou genealogy archives for Asia-Pacific Regional Register, and the nomination for Stelae of Shaolin Temple and the Bianzhong of Marquis Yi of Zhen for International Register. Moreover, NAAC and the National Library of Sri Lanka have jointly nominated trilingual inscription for International Register. Thirdly, we have enhanced publicity of documentary heritage. The National Committee has been updating the official website to display Chinese archival documentary heritage, disseminate information on MO activities, publicize research outputs of the 4 MO knowledge centers in China. Nantong Municipal Archives have set up a special column in China Archives News to publicize the archives of the initial Dasheng spinning factory, which was inscribed on the regional register in 2022. NAAC has signed a contract with China Central Television in producing documentary series on 15 Chinese documents inscribed in MO registers. Nomination for the 5th batch of the National Register has been completed, and the 5th volume of the MO National Register for China has been published. Lastly, we support and participate in activities of knowledge centers. 3 knowledge centers have been established successively in Beijing, Fujian, and Suzhou following the founding of Memory of the World Knowledge Center Macau, which has initiated various activities based on their advantages. Macau Center held a seminar in celebrating the inscription of archives and manuscripts of Macau Kontalam Temple, publicizing the importance of the documents. Beijing Center held Memory of the World Documentary Heritage Creativity Competition in an effort to elevate the campus-wide influence of MO program. Fujian Center conducted the promotional activity for MO program. Suzhou Center hosted a variety of special exhibitions on silk archives, published a snapshot of youth, Cheongshan Archives in China Silk Archives, and the picture book Suzhou actively engaged in scientific research and contributed to the research project of and in China. Suzhou Center jointly held the retrospective to the Maritime Silk Road exhibition on silk and overseas Chinese postal archives documentary heritages, coupled with 5 saloons and an online live broadcast themed with Cloud Talk Show for the Maritime Silk Road. Next, a brief introduction to our work of National MO Register. The MO National Register of China has inscribed 198 documents in 5 batches so far. The National Committee initiated the nomination for MO National Register for China, the 5th batch, in February 2022. Upon strict assessment by the National Advisory Committee of China Documentary Heritage Program, a total of 55 nominations were inscribed in January 2023, expanding the MO National Register to 198 inscriptions in total. We have also strengthened publicity of MO National Register. A special column on the 5th batch of MO National Register for China has been set up in China Archives News since June 2023, offering a weekly featured article for 1 item of Chinese archival documentary heritage. In 2023, 30 episodes of micro-video themed the 5th batch of MO National Register for China were produced and broadcast on the official media platform of NAC, attracting wide public attention. Another 15 episodes with inclusive commentary is underway in 2024. National Special Fund for Key Archives Preservation and Development is earmarked for systematic preservation, restoration, digitization, and cataloging of historical archives in national archives at all levels, including a grant of 430 million RMB from 2020 to 2024. In addition, 6 regional archives preservation centers established in Beijing, Shenyang, Hangzhou, Guangzhou, Kunming, and Turumuki are dedicated to the preservation, restoration, and simulation of archives, as well as the training of archives preservation talents. Local archives authorities at all levels have carried out assessment on archival documentary heritages on regional scale and compiled and published books of archival documents. Finally, our future plans. Firstly, we will push forward with the production of documentary series on Chinese archival documentary heritage inscribed on MO registers, which is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2024 and broadcast in 2025. Secondly, we will accomplish the formulation of the regulations for nomination, preservation, and access of memory of the world heritages. Thirdly, we will enrich the list of candidates for the nomination of MO registers. Lastly, we will urge relevant custodians to monitor the documentary heritage inscribed on the MO registers in a regular basis and adopt the most appropriate approaches for preservation. Thank you for your attention.
We have a lot of activities, various kind of activities about memory of the war. And we are waiting for your coming result, and especially we are waiting also on the regulation for nomination, preservation and access in China. It's for us in an example also. Thank you very much. And now we go to the Indian country report. Please, Professor Ramesh.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. I'm Professor Ramesh Gaur from Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, Culture, Government. Hello. My institute, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, which is designated as a nodal center for Memory of the World program in India, as the National Memory Committee and National Register is to be constituted. So to begin with, I express my sincere thanks to Ministry of Culture, Government of Mongolia, National Commission, UNESCO National Commission, Mongolia, and of course MOWCAP Secretariat for this invitation and excellent hospitality and wonderful organizing this meeting. I also express my sincere thanks to my Ministry of Culture and UNESCO National Commission in India for all support and guidance. So activities what we have undertaken since the last meeting of MOWCAP, besides nominations, 5 nomination dossiers we have prepared, 3 for regional register, 2 for international register. And we organize a brainstorming session, which was mentioned by the colleague from regional office, UNESCO regional office. That brainstorming session was basically aimed to a step forward in creation of national register. So we have identified over 100 valuable documents to begin with. Once the national register is created, we have some 100 documents already identified. Apart from that, Ministry of Culture, Government of India has organized series of training program on all UNESCO program, including Memory of the World program, which I was the one of the speaker in these programs in different part of the India. The last one was organized in Dimapur in northeast part of India. Apart from that, with UNESCO New Delhi office, we have a collaborative project, mapping of the archives in India. The basic purpose was to identify various kind of archives in India which possess various kind of documentary heritage, and also to identify those which are endangered and need support, and also to identify most valuable collections. So this publication has been brought out this year based on that research project, mapping of the archives in India. It contains directory of 434 publications, 434 archives in India. If anybody is interested in having a copy, please contact me. I will be happy to provide you. Apart from that, we are also working on capacity building, like we are developing the new generation of scholars in preparing dossiers, because many of the scholars are not aware how to prepare dossiers. And in this direction, a number of in-house training program we have organized. We are also identifying, in the process of identification of preparation of nomination dossier for next cycle, and also exploring certain joint nomination with other countries. We have identified some publications which need to be jointly nominated. Apart from that, like Lynn mentioned about UNESCO's other program on languages in UNESCO, International Decade of Indigenous Languages. I'm also the member of the committee and representing India as a member state. And based on that, we have taken another project with UNESCO New Delhi office, and we have come out with another publication on languages of India. This publication is also available if you want to know more about Indian languages. It contains a listing of about 1,600 languages in India with details. So you can have this document with us. Last year, we have a nomination on Maulana Rumi's work, and we have also compiled the list of Maulana Rumi's works in India. So if anybody is interested in having a copy, we can provide that. So as a nodal center of Ministry of Culture for UNESCO Memory of the World program, we have been working on all possible areas, starting from preparation of dossiers, guiding various stakeholders in preparing dossiers, and also creating an awareness by organizing different kind of programs. And of course, we celebrated all important UNESCO days to it may be International Mother Language Day or Linguist Diversity or on Radio Day. We celebrate almost all days to create awareness about the UNESCO Memory of the World programs and other programs of UNESCO. Our National Register, we are hoping that must be started very soon, as the proposals for both National Memory of the World Committee and Register are with the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and I'm expecting a early decision on that also. I once again thank you all, and as we know that India is having a vast manuscript heritage. At my institute, we have already identified 5.5 million manuscripts in India. Out of that, 600,000 have been digitized and already available in digital form at our institute. So any scholar from the world is looking forward to the consultation of Indian manuscripts. You are free to go to our website and can find out details of all those 5.5 million manuscripts, which library, what manuscript, what subject it covers. All details are available, as the agency is one of the leading center in the India who work for the preservation, documentation of rare books and manuscripts. With these words, thank you very much, Lynn, for a kind attention. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. We see that the highlight of your activities is focused on the training and collaboration between academic institutions and archives. So we are waiting now for the book, mapping in the archives in India. So congratulations once more, and we're waiting for. So we continue with our colleague from Indonesia with the country report. Please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The Honorable Bureau Member and Register Subcommittee of MOWCAP, delegates and observers from the member state of MOWCAP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present our country report in this session. Before that, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Government of Mongolia and National Committee for facilitating us, especially for our big delegation, namely 15 people from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Memory of the World of National Committee of the Republic of Indonesia was established in 2005. The organization consists of the steering committee, bureau members, expert council, secretariat, and 2 register subcommittee for archive and library or manuscript. The committee consists of various memory institutions from government and non-governmental organizations. The secretariat of the committee sits at the National Archive, and the budget for the committee came from government budget via the National Archive and other source of funding which are not legally binding. From 2022 until 24, the committee had conducted many activities. It's also signified the revival of Indonesian documentary heritage program after the pandemic COVID-19. The activities consist various meetings, seminar, workshop, and focus group discussion to strengthen the organization and program of the Indonesian Memory of the World National Committee, nomination of Indonesian documentary heritage for the inscription on the national, regional, and international memory of the world register, and also the monitoring and evaluation of the inscribed documentary heritage. In 2022, we acknowledge the inscription of the archive Suharto Rehabilitation Centrum as the memory of the World Asia Pacific Register. In 2023, we received the inscription of 3 Indonesian documentary heritage on the UNESCO Memory of the World International Register, including the first non-line movement summit meeting archive, Sukarno Archive to build the world anew, and Hikayat Aceh manuscript. From 2022 until 24, we also succeeded to add the new inscription of 24 documentary heritage on our national register. And the next, in 2024-2025, we are planning to conduct several activities, including the evaluation of inscribed documentary heritage at national, regional, and international register, dissemination of information about the Memory of the World program via workshop, podcast, social media, and publication of comic book, nomination for program from Indonesia Memory Institution on the UNESCO MOA initiative to safeguard documentary heritage at RIS 2024, UNESCO participation program, and UNESCO or Jikji Mo Prize. Announcement of new inscription in the Indonesian Memory of the World National Register in Samarinda, East Kalimantan in 3 weeks next, and workshop for the nomination of audiovisual archive for the inscription on the Memory of the World Register at the International Conference of the Southeast Asia Pacific Audiovisual Archive Association in Solo in June. And the last, the nomination of new Indonesian documentary heritage on the Memory of the World, regional and international register. In the end, I would like to once again deliver my sincere thanks for the opportunity and
and congratulations. We see really the structure of the National Committee for MO is based for the many institution experts and especially the archives, National Archive, so that we have a potential for the nomination. And we guideline also for the 2022 with the launching the National Register with 16 nominations for the National Register. Is a good database for the another regional and international. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite the delegation of Japan to present the country report.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good afternoon, all the members of this conference. I am Takehiro Okada, the delegate of Japan. It is a great pleasure that I can introduce you, although briefly, the activities related to the Japanese MOW National Committee from 2022 to 24. As for the general information, please refer to the report shared in advance. And could you please go to the page 3, Thank you. So, thank you. Yes. Please refer to the 7 activities and achievements. A significant event in this 2-year period was that at the 216th session of the Executive Board of UNESCO, held in May 2023, the Monk Engine Archives, A History of Japan-China Cultural Exchange, was endorsed for inscription on the MOW International Register in the 2022 to 23 nomination cycle. Then in June and July 2023, we held nomination guidance sessions in accordance with the call for nominations for international and regional register in the 2024 to 25 cycle. In November 2023, through assessment of the Japanese MOW National Committee, 2 national documentary heritages, which are 3 editions of Buddhist sacred canons stored at Zojoji, and visual archives of Hiroshima atomic bombing, photographs and films in 1945, were nominated for the International Register. In February 2024, we held a workshop on MOW for those who are interested in MOW program or wishing to nominate. We had 42 participants from member institutions and universities, etc. We also created a video and brochure to promote the MOW program in Japan. We will make continuous efforts to promote MOW program through activities like dissemination to the general public, supporting those who are interested in applying and nominating valuable documentary heritages. And talking about the government of Japan, we will commit the global initiatives to enhance the MOW programs through Japan Funding Trust projects. Thank you for all the Bureau members and all the administration staff members, and especially for volunteers and the Mongolian government members. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much. We know that more and more you have a lot of nominations in different registers, regional and international. And also in this period, you have a video and brochure to promote the Memory of the World program in Japan. So it's very, very important for the society and the young generation. We appreciate very much. Thank you. Now we have a country report from Kazakhstan, but the report will be online. I don't know who will present as a country report from Kazakhstan. Lingan? No, online. If no, nobody follow the GM. No, okay. For Kyrgyzstan, we have also the online. Sorry. Please. Jacqueline.
Nick. Your Excellency, Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates and observers, first of all, let me express my deepest gratitude to the organizers and the government of Mongolia to be part of this important meeting and celebrate the achievements of the MOUW program. So I'm honored to present the country report on behalf of our National Memory of the World Committee of the Kyrgyz Republic. For the period 22-24. Our committee comprises of a chairperson and 11 committee members representing different state institutions and agencies. it's worth noted that in 2022, we welcomed representatives of 2 non-governmental organizations dedicated to documentary heritage, enriching our committee's expertise and perspective. These NGOs are the Public Fund, named after Sanjarbek Daniyarov, which focuses on collecting documents from the pre-Soviet and early Soviet periods of Kyrgyzstan, and Cultural Research Center Aygine, which works on oral history and documents related to the 1916 rebellion. Additionally, individual historians from a few higher education institutions have also joined the committee. So at this moment, we have, as I mentioned, 11 members with different professional, educational background and expertise in the field of social and cultural and documentary heritage. For the sake of time, let me focus just on a few key achievements and activities. Over the past 2 years, Research Cultural Center Aygine, which is now serving as a member of the National Memory of the World Committee of Kyrgyzstan, examined archival documents pertaining to the events of 1916, compiling a comprehensive chronology of the rebellion across its diverse geographical scope, including neighboring to Kyrgyzstan countries. This research also included the creation of detailed maps illustrating the extent of the event and the involvement of various participants. I dare to say that this documentary heritage undoubtedly has a regional significance. In addition, the monograph revealing the event in different aspects was published, and I personally served there as one of the editors. On September 2022, Aygine also, in collaboration with the French Institute for Central Asian Studies, thanks. It's going to be better. So in 2022, this Cultural Research Center Aygine, with the collaboration of the French Institute for Central Asian Studies, conducted a huge conference at the state university named after Tinistanov, which is located in our Issyk province, with representatives from Central State Archive of the Kyrgyz Republic, a huge conference which was actually dedicated to the image of 1916 through the careful consideration of the diary written by one of the abbots working in the Issyk monastery. So in fact, this conference brought together historians, researchers and experts from various countries such as Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Russia, Germany, France, and other countries, historians and researchers who are very much interested in understanding the events of 1916. And one of the interesting elements of the conference was a visit of significant sites which related to 1916. In September 2023, we participated in the UNESCO Memory of the World Training Workshop for the Asia and Pacific region, which was held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And during the workshop, the documentary heritage of Kyrgyz First ABC, authorized by Kyrgyz educator and public figure Ishanel Rabayev, as well as transition of writing scripts on the territory of Kyrgyzstan, was presented and discussed. The annual conference organized by the International Committee for Literary and Composers Museums in ICOM took place in Kyrgyzstan from September 13 to 17, 2023, in collaboration with ICOM Kyrgyzstan. On September 14, within the same conference, as a special segment, which was titled Manas and Memory of the World, which was held at the National History Museum, was organized in partnership with MOU SCER, the National Commission for the Kyrgyz Republic for UNESCO, and Aitmatov Institute of Language and Literature of the National Academy of Sciences. Now I have a lot of mics. Marked the establishment of the Memory of the World Knowledge Center, Kyrgyzstan. The Memorandum of Understanding for the Center's creation was signed by Professor Akhmat Aliyev, who is the director of the Institute of Language and Literature, named after Chingiz Aytmatov, of the National Academy of Sciences, and he is the chairperson of the National Committee for the Memory of the World of the Republic, and Lothar Jordan, chair of the MOWCAP. This initiative represents the first such center in Central Asia. In terms of our achievements, we can also mention that in 2023, the collection of records of the Manas epic performed by the narrator Saganbay Rozbakov, comprising of 10 handwritten books, have been digitalized and made accessible on the website of the Manuscript Fund of the Institute, was officially inscribed into Memory of the World International Register. And the same year, the diary of Jusup Abdrahmanov, a prominent statement of the Kyrgyz Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, who can be considered as the first prime minister of the country, was nominated to be inscribed in the MOU International Register. His diary offers significant insights into the historical evolution of the region, spanning from the pre-Soviet era to the Soviet period. It provides a personal account of the Kyrgyz Republic experiences during the political and economic transformation of both the local community and the broader Central Asian region. At the moment, apart from continuing digitalization of the valuable historical documents in the Manuscript Fund of the Institute of Language, restoring online catalog containing the rich documental heritage stored within the fund, conducting seminars, workshops, different roundtable discussions regarding various aspects of social and cultural memory in the Republic and in Central Asian region. The National Committee is considering the integration of Memory of the World materials into educational curricula and engaged into necessary communication with various stakeholders from the Ministry of Education and other educational institutions, including elementary schools and higher education institutions. So this initiative aims to enhance awareness among young people about the significance of preserving documentary heritage. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for all these technical issues.
You are very many experiences about cooperation with the East Asia country on organizing the workshop, not only for the promoting the activities, but also on preservation, conservation, and access between archives, library, and museum. Is for us an example. So thank you, and once more, congratulations. Now we go to the national report of our colleague from Laos. Please.
Hello. Thank you for Simon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My country reports. I'm Sisawat Hongsabat, Director of Film Archive Division, Lao Department of Cinema, Ministry of Information, Culture and Tourism, Lao PDR. Lao Department of Cinema Technique Supervisor body in the Ministry of Information and Culture and Tourism. It is observed at LDOC and also Department of Cinema head main desk of the Secretary of Ministry of Culture and Tourism in the supervisor and develop of the film activity. Lao Department of Cinema under Ministry of Information and Culture and Tourism, there are 30 staff members. Consists of Director of General, the 2 Deputy Director. We have 7 divisions as follow. Curricular Division, Administrative Division, Film Management Division, Feature Film and Animation Division, Documentary Film Division, Technique and Technology Division, Film Promotion and Public Division, Film Archive and Video Division. There are 13 reels to consist film 16 and 35 in film storage archive. My duty in follow maintain various film which have historical values country. Also, we have ever developed match for the film and storage so that I comply with the techniques. Register film and documentary relates to the film by apply to the advanced computerized database in parallel with the manual records. Provide and serve the information from the film for education and research to the society. Monitor inspection and maintain the quality of the film. Video search for the collect and copy for values for the video, DVD and HVD and DV and other which then also allow foreign film which had a nation and national historical values, mobile film screen also screen to serve for public and society. We would like to report the Neola film collection produced in the year 1955 to 1918 to collection 400 story of the 1,200 reel. We are certificate from World Memory of the Southwest Asia by UNESCO in 2004. When allowed host the 18th Southwest Asia Pacific Audio Archive Association Conference in Vientiane. We have to clearly inspection for quality of the film, repair and film tin and liquidly store the film and save the press at the same time. And we have to also contribute mixed audio visual inform for many parties in order to promote and society service to reach awareness for next generation to see, understand, to important to content of the documentary film, new film, documentary film and other film that have record in the film, that film of the La Parties found in the past. We are values audio heritage of the nation and verse which cannot to reproduce this image to the public, to the recognize, see, listen, and understand historical. So, and the culture values that we have attribute to this image to the society, such as exporting TV program, Lao Television 1, 2, 3, Lao Army TV, Police TV, via copy and internet, Facebook, mobile film channel, service for the society, produce DVD, VCD, MP, USB, and other. Then this we have to responsible research student for learn about the apology, so-called culture from the content of the film. Therefore, every year we have author 27 we bring from the film to screen for celebration for audio visual heritage day regularly. Southwest Asia Pacific Audio Archive Association. We have also shared relation with international archivists. Challenge. My last number of the negative we cannot write to the more cable margin. We need to telecine to margin to be able to compress into the video. a sample video audio data transmission system by taking the camera from the screen. We do not guarantee quality image. Is low. Test is not quality. With a style of the lost, the list must be transferred into plastic. One more, ensure the quality of the collection maintained of the film for a long time. That cold storage system of the storage where have some units cannot to be used due for lack of the budgets. In a new photo should use not budgets. The review validness of the copy technique staff is low and lack of the skill. Knowledge is not limit. Purpose and for help listening to a list of the staff who working in difficult to scale, difficult in the film professional. There is no person study the archivist. More the copy, the budgets in the maintenance, repair of the air conditioner, warehouse system, purchase of the copy equipped of is still limit. Therefore, I would like to report for inform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to mention that it's better to cooperate with the National Archives of Laos because our documentary heritage is not only on film support, but I know that you have a rich collection of palm leaf raw papers in the colonial period and in Luang Prabang, in Royal Library and Museum. You have another support. So I hope that in the future coming time, you have a more cooperation with the memory institution in Laos. Thank you. Thank you. So we go to the Malaysia country report, and I'd like to invite our colleague from National Archives of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm from Department of National Heritage, representing Malaysia, and next to me is Dato Jafar Siddiq from Malaysia as well, from the National Archive Malaysia. And for this time, I'll present Malaysia I'll present on behalf of Malaysia, in terms of the country report. And before I begin my presentation, since this is the first time that we have the floor. And of course, we would like to congratulate to the government of Mongolia, particularly the Ministry of Culture of Mongolia, the member of the World Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific, MOWCAP, and also the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for organizing this important or significant meeting. I mean the 10th MOWCAP General Meeting. And from the screen that you can see, about the name of the National Committee or of the MOW in Malaysia. The name is Memory of the World National Committee. And we have, as of now, it's been chaired by the Director General of National Archive of Malaysia. And we are, the Department of National Heritage, the Secretariat. We are, under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. And the committee, and as of now, we have 24 committees members, consists of federal and state governments, and we cooperate. We have a good cooperation among each other, where we blend it with federal and state government to what we call to identify and also to promote and to preserve the manuscript, also the documentary heritage under the our particular our program. And of course, we believe that this program, Memory of the World program, is one of the best way how to what we call to ensure that the safeguarding and also the preservation of our memory of the world and our manuscript and documentary heritage throughout Malaysia. And you can see the members of the list of the committee member there on the screen. And okay, now, okay, we move to the main activities that we have so far since since 2022 until 2024. And of course, there are a few activities that we have, there are a few significant activities that we have organized and conducted. I mean, it depends on the agencies that, I mean, their what we call the core business of the agency. And of course, in term, I mean, the National Archive, they will focus more, I mean, not only about the preservation, but also the capacity building as well, and together with the Department of National Heritage. And the focus, most of the focus, I mean, most of the program that we have conducted, not only to, in terms of preserving and conserving of the manuscript and the documentary heritage, but also to create the awareness among the people, I mean, throughout Malaysia especially, and then also to what we call to do research, and also I mean, of course, we believe that research also is very important before we can nominate our heritage in the future. And so far, also in terms of achievement, recently we managed to get the Memory of the World under the Memory of the World International Register. I mean, the Misa Melayu, MAS 6, where Misa Melayu is a Malay historiography that literally narrates the history of the Perak Sultanate, particularly during the reign of the Sultan Iskandar Zulkarnain Shah from 1750 until 1765. And of course, this manuscript is important due to where it provides historical insights in the traditional civilization of the Malay from Malay, and also it narrates in the form of the prose poetry of the history. And of course, it contributes to the major history reference that details the Perakian society as well. And as of now, there are six heritage that have been listed under the Memory of the World program, 5 under the Memory of the World International Register, and 1 under the MOWCAP, MOWCAP Memory of the World in Asia Pacific. And together with maybe this year, we hope that we can have more than 1 under the MOWCAP. And in terms of Memory of the World, it register memory. In terms of national protection or national protection under the National Act, we have listed Mushaf Al-Quran Terengganu, and it has 5 versions, and we managed to list it up to 4 versions of the Mushaf Al-Quran Terengganu in September 2022. And of course, to strengthen our organization and also to ensure the what we call the maximum protection and preservation of our heritage, our documentary and manuscript, of course, we are going to restructure our national committee soon to strengthen its function and to improve the communication by clarifying the roles and responsibilities, as well as to boost the efficiency through effective team collaboration with clear goals and objectives. And well, the MOWCAP Secretariat will be notified as soon as the new structure is ready. And I think that's all from me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your country report with different activities, workshop, exhibition, training, and also for the new national register during the cycle of 2022-2024. So now we go to the Maldives country report. Please, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum from Maldives. I'm Shinaz and thank you very much. Yeah, this is working. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. So first of all, let me tell you the activities and the initiatives that we have. Now, inscription submission. So from the National Center for Cultural Heritage, we have submitted the inscription of the west wall exterior of Male Hukurumiski. That's a mosque, the oldest mosque in the Maldives, to the UNESCO Memory of the World International Register on the 30th of November 2023. And in collaboration with Kyoto University in Japan, NCCH is carrying out the Maritime Asia Heritage Survey project. So through this project, documentary heritage related to Maldives, it will be digitized and made accessible in an open access database, and the link is available for everybody. And then an ongoing digitization project is also being carried out by the National Archives as well. We have also conducted certain awareness sessions. The first one was sessions conducted for various island councils in 2022 and 2023, and covering topics related to the preservations of tangible and intangible documentary heritage, community outreach. So awareness sessions have been conducted for communities including schools, students, teachers, parents and other community members as well. And now for the challenges that we have, there is a certain challenge that I would like to highlight, which is the National Center for Cultural Heritage and the National Library. The archive is maintained separately, therefore we tend to have certain discrepancies. The solution that we have found out is to make the currently a proper network is being set up and collaboration between those two, so that we'll have a smooth workflow and also a streamline of work. And international and regional cooperation. For UNESCO training workshop, the NCCH has participated in UNESCO Memory of World International Training Workshop held in Uzbekistan from 19th to 22nd of September. And for the future plans, we have an ongoing program for the online awareness session, and we tend to continue it, and also the digitization access, we tend to continue it. So that would be all from the Maldives. Thank you very much for the Mongolian government for the fantastic hospitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for your efforts for Memory of the World activities during the cycle. And we saw that you pay attention about the promotion of awareness and education among the memory institution in Maldives. So now we come back to the Australia country report, because Roslyn Russen is now online presentation for the Australia Memory of the World activities. Roslyn, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ros.
Right, share my screen now. Would that be a good idea? Yes.
Is yours.
My screen. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry I'm a bit late to present our country report. I'll go very quickly through this. It's quite a few words here. We have a very active committee here in Australia, as people probably know, and the list of office bearers and many members is there. The members of the committee come from a range of documentary heritage-related institutions and occupations, and there's a list of names that they come from. I won't read them out now. There are two subcommittees at the moment, or in fact there are three. I'll go to that in a minute. The assessment subcommittee, that assesses nominations to the UNESCO Australian Memory of the World Register and makes recommendations on their inscription to our Australian Register, and the Documenting Australian Society Steering Committee, and I'll talk about that a bit in a few minutes, and a third steering committee to plan for activities with our Pacific neighbours in cooperation with the International Centre for Documentary Heritage has just been formed. So we now have 3 steering committees on our list. Our charter and terms of reference are on our website. You'll see the web link there. The participating institutions, I think I'll put this to come down. The budget and sources of funding, we don't receive any ongoing funding from the National Commission for UNESCO and rely mostly on in-kind support from documentary heritage institutions, including, and there's a list of those there you'll see on the screen. And we're indebted to Libraries ACT, part of the Australian Capital Territory Government, for their ongoing support for our Knowledge Centre installed in the ACT Heritage Library and for hosting our meetings in person and online. And we have in the past received funding from the Council of Australian Archives and Records Associations. So what have we been doing the last couple of years? We initiated our Documenting Australian Society working group in 2018 with the National Summit, and we had a group of people come here to talk about how to better frame our documentary heritage in Australia. And you'll see the vision and mission there and the goals and other activities that we had. This has been ongoing. We've had a number of workshops and webinars through the COVID pandemic. We had a hybrid half-day symposium in October 22, documenting the stories of struggle, reassessing Australian records of disadvantage, a half-day seminar in part of the Australian Society of Archivists annual conference in Melbourne on rethinking appraisal practices. There's a publication of a themed issue of the Australian Society of Archivists journal, Archives and Manuscripts, on the topic of documenting Australian society. So that particular subcommittee has been very active in the last few years, trying to develop a framework within which we can assess how we are managing and basically preserving our heritage collections here in Australia. In November 2022, we launched a knowledge centre at the ACT Heritage Library in Canberra. It features a collection of resources on memory of the world inscriptions in Australia and around the world, and that can be accessed through the library catalogue. The Knowledge Centre opened with an exhibition of material relating to memory of the world inscriptions. Many of your inscriptions will be in there. We have lots of books and things that we have been given over the years that have found their way as resources for our Knowledge Centre. And the exhibition was curated by Dr. Ray Edmondson, who many of you will know. And there have been several other events at the Knowledge Centre since it opened. A ceremony to mark new inscriptions on the Australian Memory of the World Register on 17th of April 2023, the launch of a new inscription cycle on the 4th of December 2023, and a workshop for nominators on the 22nd of February this year. So we've been using the Knowledge Centre very extensively to promote our program in Australia. We added 10 new inscriptions to the Memory of the World Register at a ceremony at the ACT Heritage Library on the 17th of April last year. I won't read them all out, they're on the list there, but we have had a very gratifying response. So we have now got 88 inscriptions on our register, and we are now in the middle of another nomination round. We've invited nominations due on the 30th of June this year, and we're hoping that we get another 12 so that we can get to 100 by 2025. As I said, we've plans section. We've actually established now this steering committee to develop processes for facilitating nominations from small island developing states in the Pacific region. So the Pacific Steering Committee includes the current and former executive officers of the Pacific Manuscripts Bureau, and we are cooperating with the International Centre for Documentary Heritage in Chongju to conduct an online roundtable this year to establish themes and identify collections for potential nominations ahead of a workshop in Fiji in 2025. And we'll talk about this once we've had our roundtable. We'll share the stories with the MOWCAP newsletter. So that's the roundup of Australia's activities over the last 2 years. Thank you for your attention, and I hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, for your country report with many activities. We know that if you are here, yeah, you will continue to implement many activities for Australia. And during this cycle, we know that you continue to organize many hybrid symposium, workshop, and also publication about the memory of the war. And we mentioned also about the budget, not from the state, for the government, but from the archives, library, museums, society, and professional society. It's very important experience for us because sometimes it's not the budget came from the government, but for company, private society, and museum, institution, memory of the war. So now we go to the end of the first part of the country report presentation. And I would like to invite you for the tea break, and we will come back here at after 5 minutes, because after the second part we will have a short visit, and we have to respect the timelines. Thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Heung. So this is just to reiterate, yes, we have a site visit this afternoon. So I would like to take this opportunity to remind our member state delegates to really respect the 5-minute limitation for the country report, and that we hope to leave from the lobby at 3:45 p.m. So thank you very much.
Professor of Archaeology at Tohoku University in Japan. And I excavate ancient sites dating back to the 4th century BCE in Italy and in Central Asia. And I'm a current vice chair of the MOWCAP. Now, let us start the second part of the reports. But before inviting Mongolia, I would like to express, but I think I can never express enough, my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture of Mongolia and the Mongolian National Commissions for UNESCO for graciously hosting this general meeting and all those who made this general meeting possible. Thank you very much. So the Mongolian National Committee, the floor, of course, is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Boltsai Han. I'm the Secretary General of the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, as well as a member of the... This is what I expected. Okay. So I'm the Secretary General of the National Commission for UNESCO and a member of the MOW National Committee. So before I start Mongolia's presentation, I just would like to say that it is our greatest honor to be able to host this meeting for the first time in our country. And it's really great to see all of you here. Some of you have traveled quite a distance to get here, so we are extremely thankful for all of you and really glad to see you here. So thank you. So the Mongolian National Committee for the Member of the World Program was last renewed in 2022. In fact, when I attended the 9th meeting in Andong, this is what I said. The committee is in the process of being renewed. So currently now, the committee consists of 15 members from various organizations, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Culture, and the National Library, the General Archives, the National Center for Cultural Heritage, of course the National Commission for UNESCO, and other member institutions. It is chaired by the Deputy Minister for Culture. So the way it works is that the committee adopts an annual work and action plan based on inputs from the member institutions. And in the last biennium, the committee focused on promoting, disseminating, registering, restoring, and preserving national documentary heritage related to Mongolia's history and culture. The committee's action plans were financed from the state budget, from the Ministry of Culture. So in the last 2 years, the committee organized 27 types of work or activities, I should say, that are related to the Memory of the World program. The committee has successfully achieved 100% of its operational goals, assuming that we successfully organized this meeting. And in the interest of saving time, here are some of the highlights of the activities we implemented. First, the committee established a National Documentary Heritage Registration Information System, which led to a better understanding of what documentary heritage is, as well as improved conservation, protection, management of such heritage elements. The committee has conducted a comprehensive nationwide evaluation of the current state of documentary heritage in Mongolia. This helped identify some management problems and as well as provided some opportunities to enhance the skills and knowledge of these institutions based on the evaluation. The committee has developed a website to advertise and present documentary heritage registered in UNESCO Member of the World program that are stored in the Mongolian National Library. And notably, this website was developed with a grant from MOWCAP and the Asian Cultural Center. So thank you very much. The content of this website is available both in Mongolian and English. Now, the committee also organized a scientific conference on the current status of cultural documentary heritage preserved on stone inscriptions and monuments. Stone monuments and rocks are kind of a big deal because Mongolia has abundance of stone, such documentary heritage. And by the way, in the last biennium, one of the noteworthy events was the inscription of stone inscriptions of Tsokton Taich in the International Register in 2023. I should also note that the committee, in collaboration with MOWCAP Bureau, UNESCO Bangkok office, and UNESCO Beijing office, conducted a 2-day capacity building training in May last year. And the training focused on nominating documentary heritage to regional and international registers. So using this opportunity, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to everyone who supported this important training, especially for those who joined online to give talks, as well as Ms. Lian Moreau, Secretary General, who graciously traveled to Mongolia to facilitate the training in person. So thank you very much. The committee created a specialized database of Mongolian culture heritage abroad, including descriptions and brief information of some 3,062 documentary heritage pieces kept in various other countries. We've prepared some material for TV programs on inscribed documentary heritages of Mongolia, which was aired on national television and other channels to raise awareness about documentary heritage. The Center for Cultural Heritage also produced some short documentaries on documentary heritage of Mongolia. Lastly, the committee has developed a national register, which I mentioned earlier, comprising 17 categories of documentary heritage based on 4 different criteria. And this has resulted in a national database registering some 12,418 documentary heritages in 2022, 15,548 in 2023, and as of March 19th, some 16,547 annually. So these are documentary heritage elements that people are registering within the system. Finally, in 2023, we've prepared and submitted 2 nomination dossiers for the Member of the World International Register, as well as another 2 submissions for the MOWCAP register. Last time we missed it, and you know, we are making it up. So that's it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Mongolia. You are in many ways generous, big, and great. So, bayaralala. Thank you. So, the New Zealand is next, and I hope that they are online. Not yet. Okay, Pakistan, online. Philippines, you're here. Please, go ahead, Philippines.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And on behalf of the Philippines, I'm Ivan Henares, the Secretary General of the UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines and Commissioner for Cultural Heritage, which is Deputy Minister for Culture of the Philippines. And we would like to thank the government of Mongolia for graciously hosting this event and for your warm hospitality. Can you please flash the slides in the middle, please? Thank you. No, the slides on the side, if you can put them in the middle, please. So I would like to make a summary of the report of the Memory of the World program in the Philippines. So while we're waiting for the... Can we have the next slide? Okay, thank you. Yes. So following the comprehensive review of the Memory of the World program in 2021, the Philippines manifested its commitment to revitalize its former Memory of the World National Committee. So it reached out to active partners, particularly from various institutions and experts on documentary heritage. Next slide, please. So the budget and sources of funding, of course, we have our regular budget from the Philippine National Commission. We have legislative support as well for the Memory of the World program, and we have counterpart funding from committee members, in particular the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Next slide, please. So this is how our Memory of the World Commission is situated in our setup in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So we have several Memory of the World inscriptions. I believe we have 4 international, 1 for MOWCAP and 1 for the national. Next slide, please. And the Philippine National Memory of the World Committee is actually a subcommittee under the Philippine National Commission, and it is that committee that identifies, nominates, and safeguards important cultural historical documents in the Philippines. It was created in 2006, and we've had several inscriptions, as I mentioned earlier, and we are trying to revitalize the nomination process in the Philippines. It's been several years since we've had our last nomination for memory of the world. Next slide, please. So the committee also does a lot of information, awareness raising in the Philippines. Next slide, please. And actually last year, we met every month. This committee actually meets every month. We did that last year, especially since we were preparing our nomination dossiers for both the Memory of the World Asia Pacific as well as Memory of the World International. Next slide, please. So these are the members of the Memory of the World National Committee in the Philippines. Our chairman currently is Professor Nick De Ocampo. Next slide, please. So our activities and milestones for the Philippine National Commission in Memory of the World, of course, we reactivated the Memory of the World Committee last year. As mentioned by UNESCO Bangkok earlier, we had a learning session on the revised general guidelines for the Memory of the World program. And again, our national committee has been meeting regularly, once a month. And we are now in the process of fixing all these nomination processes. And that is why we have 2 nominations currently for the MOWCAP Regional Register. Next slide, please. We also submitted 2 nominations to the International Register. Unfortunately, they were not received by UNESCO. So unfortunately, we were not included in the process for this year, despite the preparation of the documents. And we also added to our national register, and we will soon be increasing our national register. Next slide, please. So for this round, for MOWCAP, we have 2 nominations, the Hinilawod Epic Chant Recordings and Doctrina Christiana. Next slide, please. So we will learn more about these tomorrow. Next slide, please. And we've actually prepared also our nominations for the next cycles. For the 2027 cycle, we were able to get a generous donation from, as mentioned earlier, there is a grant for the conflict resolution records in Mindanao. And we're still trying to figure out how to go about our processes because of the glitch that happened for the 2023 nominations that we submitted last year, which were unfortunately not received by UNESCO. So we're trying to figure out how we are going to move around these nominations. Next slide, please. We're also in the process of preparing our MOWCAP nominations for 2025 and 2026. Next slide, please. So, of course, we are doing a nationwide UNESCO Memory of the World program roadshow in the Philippines. And we are actually going to various islands in the Philippines to be able to promote the program. And it's very important to be able to undertake capacity building sessions so that there are more writers for the nomination dossiers. And we want to bridge local experts with the academe, international experts, and of course, public and private entities. So next slide, please. So this is the Secretariat of the National Memory of the World Committee, which is led by myself as Secretary General of the Philippine National Commission. And if you need to contact us, our email addresses are there. So thank you very much on behalf of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Professor Haga. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Seung-bom Lim, senior researcher representing the Secretariat of the Korean National Committee of Memory of the World. First of all, I would like to express my sincere congratulations on convening the 10th MOWCAP General Assembly. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Chair Kim Ki-bae and the entire MOWCAP staff members for their unwavering commitment and tireless effort in guiding MOWCAP toward continued success. Further, my sincere appreciation goes to all the member states and Dr. Park Sun-banda of UNESCO for joining us today. The National MOW Committee of the Republic of Korea comprises of 10 members led by Dr. Seo Kyung-ho is committed to promoting Memory of the World initiative in the Republic of Korea. The Cultural Heritage Administration plays a vital role in supporting the Korean committee's operations. For the 2022-2024 period, the committee has been allocated an annual budget of about $15,000 for a total of around $30,000 over 2 years. These funds are used to facilitate regular committee meetings and prepare nomination preparation for Memory of the World. Beyond its committee work, the Cultural Heritage Administration partners with Korean National Committee for UNESCO to co-host the annual UNESCO MOU Regional Training Workshop. This collaborative effort received about $70,000 annually, a total of $210 over the past 3 years. The National MOU Committee of the Republic of Korea successfully inscribed 3 nominations for regional register at the MOWCAP General Assembly held in Andong, Republic of Korea in November 2022. Subsequently, 2 additional nominations were inscribed onto the International Register at the UNESCO Executive Board meeting in Paris, France in May 2023. In addition, the MOU Korea Committee submitted 2 nominations for MOU International Register in 2023, Revealing Truth Jeju April 3rd Archives and Korea Reforestation Archives. I am further delighted to announce that the UNESCO Jikji Prize Award ceremony will be held in Cheongju of the Republic of Korea on September 4th, 2024. Secondly, the MOU Korea Committee joins forces with the Ghana National Commission of UNESCO to host the UNESCO MOU Training Workshop in Ghana from August 27 to 30, 2024. This ongoing initiative launched in 2029 with the Cultural Heritage Administration annually selected roughly 10 countries from underrepresented states. The workshop provided direct guidance from current and former international experts involved in the Memory of the World evaluation process, assisting participants in revising their nomination drafts. By 2023, a total of 14 workshops have been held with 125 nations involved. These efforts have contributed to the inscription of 12 nominations onto the International Register and 11 nominations onto the Regional Register. The MOU Korea Committee remains committed to promoting the development of the Memory of the World program. Lastly, I would like to thank the Mongolian government and Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO for organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, really, Republic of Korea is the powerful center and the leader of this MOU and the MOWCAP in many ways. So, 진심으로 감사합니다. Thank you very much. So now Thailand is ready and waiting for us online. Right? Yes. Thailand, please.
Okay, from Thailand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm President Lang Thai-Kun Secretary and my colleague, Ms. Natha. We would like to report Thailand for the following. For Thailand, chairperson from Director General of the Fine Art Department. And Vice President is Mrs. Savitri Suwantitit and 13 members. Secretary from Director of Archives and Service Division, National Archive of Thailand, and 2 Assistant Secretary from Director of Information Resources Service Division, the National Library of Thailand, and Foreign Relations Officer, Bureau of International Cooperation Office of Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Assistant Secretary. Office of Chairperson is the Fine Art Department, worldwideweb.fineart.go.th. And Office of Secretary, the National Archive of Thailand, World Wide Web nat.gs.go.th/MOW. Structure of the committee and any subcommittee. Thai National Committee on Memory of the World Program of UNESCO is one of subcommittees under Thai National Commission for UNESCO. Referring to committee charter, to set policies, plan projects, and criteria for documentary heritage selection and nominate selected documentary heritage in memory of the world register. To coordinate with documentary heritage owner in both public and private agencies and establish national network. 3. To cooperate with documentary heritage owner in both public and private agencies for selecting documentary heritage qualified with UNESCO and Thai National Committee on Memory of the World Program criteria. 4. To create a register for selected documentary heritage and submit to UNESCO. 5. To organize activities for raising awareness about the significance of documentary heritage. Budget and sources of funding from Ministry of Education and Fine Art Department, Ministry of Culture. Okay, Nasta, please.
Good afternoon. In 2022, the committee held an announced seminar at Chiang Mai, the northern region of Thailand. Next year, our seminar was in Songkhla, the southern province of. This year, we will hold our announced seminar to Nakhon Phanom, the northeastern province of Thailand. National Memory of the World Register World Wide Web nat.go.th/MOW. In 2022, we had one National Memory of the World Register, the lab photography collections of Chiang Mai House of Photography by Associate Professor Kan Poonpipat Foundation. And next year, one National Memory of the World Register, the King of the White Elephant. And one International Memory of the World Register, National Collection of Palm Leaf Manuscript of Pratat Phanom Chronicle. Our plan set to take place in the latter half of 2024. In July, we plan to organize to celebrating the anniversary of the International Register of the National Collection of Palm Leaf Manuscripts of the Pratat Phanom Chronicle. And the last news on Thai Heritage Conservation Day in 2024, a special exhibition under the theme Priceless Documents of Science has been organized by the Fine Art Department at the MOWCAP Throne Hall, the National Museum, Bangkok, Thailand, from the 28th to the end of June in this year. In this exhibition, stone inscription, ancient Thai books and maps, palm leaves, Buddhist scripture, including for Thailand International Memory of the World Register, the King Hang inscription, manuscript from collection of palm leaf manuscript of Pratat Phanom Chronicle, the salivary abolition of from archival documents of King Chulalongkorn Transformation of Science, and King Chulalongkorn podcast from royal photographic class plate, negative, and original prints collection, and display of portrait as Thai wisdom of recording knowledge and literature in olden times. Thank you for your attention.
Presentation Thailand Copper Club. Now, next is Timor-Leste. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellency Mr. Kim Kui Bai, Chair of MOWCAP, Ms. Ling, the Secretary General, distinguished Head of Delegates and committee members, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to introduce, my name is Hugo Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of Centro Nacional Chega, or National Center of Chega. It's a public institute of memory in Timor-Leste. We preserve more than 50,000 documentation of testimonies, military operations from 1974 to 1999. My presence here representing the chair of the National Committee, Mr. Florentino Clementini, who is not able to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my second participation in MOWCAP regional meeting, the first one in 2018 in Seoul. From 2022 to 2024, there are several activities that has been conducted by National Committee. First, as the memory of the war is something new for Timor-Leste, as we are a new country in the world, the dissemination of information about the memory of the war is continuous in all the territory, particularly in the last 2 years was in 4 municipalities. While doing the dissemination, the committee also registered more than 456 documentation of artifacts from community. And this documentation has been registered, has been documented, and then printed into the book, and then also has been given back to the community for further consultation. The members of the National Committee comprise of public, government institution, and civil society organization. There are members from National Committee of National Commission of UNESCO, which is the chair. There is a member from Secretary of State of Art and Culture, a member from my institution itself, from National Museum and Archive of Resistance, from MAXTAL. MAXTAL is a Center for Audiovisual of MAXTAL. He passed away in 2001, but MAXTAL has registered one of the Timor-Leste International Memory of the War for 12 November massacres in Dili in 1991. Dear committee, in April this year, I would like to extend our profound gratitude to Tuol's Land Museum in Cambodia and also various institutions in Seoul that has been hosting members of National Committee for exchange of knowledge. We visit many different archives, centers, museums, and library in Cambodia and Seoul. This is as a program that's funded by COICA and UNESCO. All the activities and the National Committee was funded by state. It's coming from Ministry of Education, as the National Committee of UNESCO is under Ministry of Education of Timor-Leste. So we don't have any register up to now. But soon, in 2025, we're going to register at least 3. One, my own office, which is a former prison built in 1964, 99% original, and including all the graffitis by former political prisoners that was detained there from 1964 to 1999. Along the museum itself, we have more than 50,000 legal proceedings of former political prisoners. So this has been digitized. Some of this archive has been now under the safeguard of National British Library in London. Mr. Chair, I think one of the challenges that we have, workshops needed for capacity building on register, but also a regional advocacy for the law. Up to now we don't have archive law, which is make it one of the difficulties that we face. But also in just last year, one of the achievements, we were able to convince the government to include at the legal framework of cultural heritage to include the period of 74 to 1999 as a period of collective memories for Timor-Leste. I thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and all the delegates.
So we are very pleased, so pleased to have Timor-Leste among us. Thank you very much. So next, Mrs. Chinar Rmostova of Turkmenistan. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman, dear colleagues, distinguished participants. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Mongolia, especially the Minister of Culture and National Commission of Mongolia for UNESCO, for giving us best opportunity to be in Mongolia, beautiful Mongolia, and to participate in today's MOWCAP General Meeting. The UNESCO International Program, Memory of the World, has been implemented in Turkmenistan since 2021. In fact, the National Commission of my country for UNESCO started the process of implementing the MOW program without any experience. At the same time, gradually and in stages. The important support was provided at the beginning by the well-known Australian experts, Ms. Rosalind Russell and Joyce Springer, who held several online workshops with local experts on protection and popularization of the documental heritage of Turkmenistan. We very thank them for being with us during those difficult days. On September 2021, with the cooperation of the Tehran Cluster Office of UNESCO, we prepared and published the monograph, just a moment, Turkmenistan UNESCO, Let's Keep the Memory Together, which contains the general information about the Rule of Move program and serves as a practical guide for local experts who works in the field of implementation of this valuable project. The second step in this direction was the identification of the most ancient documental heritages of country for including them to the National Electronic Register. The first nominee collection of manuscripts of the great Turkmen poet Makhtum Kulifragi was successfully included in the UNESCO Memory of the World list on May last year. Recently, we have submitted one more nomination dossier to the Secretariat of UNESCO, which includes a unique manuscript, Jamug ut Tarikh, written by the Turkmen historian Salar Babagulalı Oğlu Karidari himself in the 16th century. This project was presented in the UNESCO International Training Seminar on Memory of the World program in Jordan, organized by the Office of Cultural Heritage of the Republic of Korea and Korean National Commission for UNESCO. We really hope that these national manuscripts will become a universal human heritage in near future. At the current stage, we are working on establishment of the Memory of the World National Committee in Turkmenistan. For this purpose, we are studying the experience of neighboring countries, also ready to learn best international practice in this field. Let me to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Chimor Rustamova. Your presentation and your presence here means a lot to us. Thank you. Now, Tuvalu is ready online. Please go ahead. No?
Greetings, distinguished delegates. My name is Mama Tafao, and I present on behalf of the Tuvalu Memory of the World Committee and Chairman Mr. Tito Isalam. Currently, I am the acting chief librarian and archivist at the Tuvalu National Library and Archives, who is the secretary for the Tuvalu National Committee for MO. Today, I will present our country annual report for the year 2022 to 2024. The Tuvalu Memory of the World Committee was established in 2018 with the aim, as stated in the following, ensure that our history and our stories are not forgotten, highlight the significance of the information or the knowledge contained in a collection, recognition by an independent organization such as UNESCO, public recognition of the importance of documentary heritage, publicity and promotion of our institution, be part of an international network of the most important documentary heritage in the world, such as ICA and MOWCAP. And lastly, enable Tuvalu to salvage its cultural and documentary heritage for future generations. The committee consists of the chairman, a vice chair, and the secretary, that is the National Library and Archives, and 7 committee members. These members were selected from island communities based on their capacity, experience, and knowledge of their island and their documentary heritage, and various stakeholders in Tuvalu. The committee have a charter or terms of reference to mandate responsibilities of the committee. I will not go into details, as I've already mentioned in my report. The Tuvalu Memory of the World Committee does not have a budget or source of funding for its operation. However, the committee relies on the UNESCO National Commission for Tuvalu under the Ministry of Education through its funding awards program during its workshops or meetings, by writing proposals or applying for funding itself. In 2022, the committee submitted a nomination to the International MO Register titled Agreement with Native Governments, 1893 to 1916. The nomination was not successful, given that the submission needs to be a joint nomination with countries like Cook Island, Papua New Guinea, and Kiribati. However, the committee is open to any country mentioned to join nomination with Tuvalu in future submissions. Last year, the Tuvalu Committee registered a new joint nomination for MOWCAP Regional Register 2024 cycle titled Fnafuti, the Edward David 1897 expedition with Australia. This year, the committee plans to do a planning day for all members to meet once a year. During this meeting, the committee will work on nominating items to register and assessing of submission. And lastly, is the re-electing of Tuvalu Memory of the World Committee members for next year, 2025, since it is coming to the end of the Tuvalu Committee Charter or TOR. Thank you for the opportunity and for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for standing up and joining us from very far. Thank you very much. Now, Uzbekistan, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ulugbek Yusupov, Director of Agency UzArchive, the one of the former members of National Committee of MAV of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The number of members of the National Committee has reached 10 at present. Initially, there were 4. Our members consisted of the representative of archives, libraries, and manuscript institutes. Later, the state museums, historical institutes, cultural heritage agency, as well as the Writers' Union have also joined us. On this slide, you can see the expanded organizational structure of the National Committee. The organizational changes were made in the activity of the National Committee of MAU of the Republic of Uzbekistan in the past 2 years. These changes include a new charter of the National Committee was developed and approved in March 2024. Based on this regulation, the mandate and functions of the committee have been expanded. In the past years, the National Committee has reviewed a total of 5 nominations. 2 of them were recommended for inclusion in the international register and 2 in the regional register. The Kushbeg Chancellery of the Bukhara Emirate, the fund which was kept in the National Archives of Uzbekistan, was included in the International Register of MAU in 2023. Apart from these, a set documents for nominations for Maulana Kulliyat were submitted by Bulgaria, Germany, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Uzbekistan. And in 2023, they were included in the International Register of MAU. A number of activities were carried out by the National Committee during the reporting years. Let me dwell on their main ones. On October 2023, a workshop was organized on the topic Memory of the World Program, Preservation of Unique Documentary Heritage, Preparation of Nomination Form. The UNESCO International Training Workshop on the topic of empowering documentary diversity was held on September 2023 at the National Library of Uzbekistan. The group of experts from the member organizations of the National Committee worked intensively along with international experts and specialists. An exhibition hall was established at the National Archives of Uzbekistan under the Kushbeg Chancellery of the Bukhara Emirate Fund in September 2023, which was included in the International Register MAU. And permanent exhibition of archive documents was organized in order to further promote the documents related to the above-mentioned fund among general public. A new service was introduced in the state archives in 2023, which provides an opportunity to obtain an electronic copy of archival documents online. At present, it's possible to get electronic copies of documents online from the archive, which are included in the International Register of MAU. On September 2023, the UzArchive agency organized an international seminar on creating and using electronic copies of archival documents belonging to national archival funds. The employees of the National Archives of Uzbekistan visited the State Ottoman Archives of Turkey for training purposes and studies a restoration of archival documents in February 2024. Practical workshops were organized to share the knowledge and insights gained during the training process with restorators from other organizations. The next in-line meeting of the National Committee was held in March 2024, where discussions were held on the work plans of the National Committee for 2024, the composition of its members, and the nominations submitted for the next year. Regarding the future plans of the National Committee, those include this year we will further accelerate the quality preparation of new nominations for inclusion in international and regional registers. Experts from other organizations will be involved in these activities this year, and we will organize a series of practical trainings. We also plan to establish a new exhibition museum of the National Committee. A display of documents included in the register of MAU for Uzbekistan will be organized in this museum. As to our immediate plans, we will increase the number of electronic copies of documents on the electronic platforms of the archive and library in order to facilitate the use of the documents included in the MAU register. Also, steps will be taken to complete the restoration of the documents included in the MOW register. In addition, in 2024, we are planning 3 training seminars on preservation of archival documents and digitization and restoration. This is the end of my report. Thank you for your attention.
Active and the center of the world. I have my house near Termez, so I know it. So thank you very much, Rahmat. So the last but not least is Vietnam, please.
Thank you for sharing. And good afternoon, everybody. Today, there are 5 members of Vietnam MOWCAP to attend this conference in Mongolia. We would like to say thank you to MOWCAP, Ministry of Culture, National UNESCO Commission of Mongolia, and all staff for organizing the general meeting. And now I would like to represent my team to speak about Vietnam's report, part 1, regarding management, protection and promotion of document heritage. Certainly, Vietnam has a total of 9 document heritage on the list of UNESCO, and we continue to complete the legal framework by adopting in amended cultural heritage laws this year, which formally include document heritage with specific measures to manage, protect, and promote values. To organizing national conference, workshop, training, and guide the identification and inventorying of document heritage for the local governor. Coordinate with Vietnam National Commission for UNESCO to conduct surveys and assessment for projects applied for funding from MOWCAP and MOWT. This year, Vietnam has got on nomination. Part 2, regarding operation strategies in 2024. Continue to promote activity to identify, inventory, and evaluate the potential of document heritage in Vietnam. To select potential document heritage for registering on national, regional, and international levels. Strengthen international cooperation in management, protection, and promotion the value of document heritage. Finally, Vietnam hopes that this program to complete its activities, it can be upgraded to the convention so that document heritage can be a solid foothold in the legal system on cultural heritage. I wish of you good health, happiness, success, and support the Vietnam's nomination. Thank you so much.
Short comments from session chairs. First, Dr. Bu Thi Minh Hua, please.
Yes, for the first part, I have some conclusion, such as all the national reports seriously respond to the request of the MOWCAP Bureau form. During the past 2 years, memory of the work activities in many countries were implemented in many aspects, such as Australia organized much seminar, hybrid workshop, and established the MOW Knowledge Center. It's the new information for us. And why Bangladesh focus on the publishing and preparing nomination, Cambodia organized a workshop to raise awareness about preserving documentary heritage in memory institutions. The China National Committee for MO has implemented extremely rich activities, training on preparation of the nomination. MO Knowledge Center are all active and editing regulation for preparing nomination, preservation, and access to documentary heritage, as well as continuously update the National Register of Documentary Heritage. Also, India National Committee for MO continue to strengthen training cooperation for scholars and students in academic institutions on documentary heritage and focus on publishing the book Mapping on Archive of India, like we know on the national report. And we are very, very impressed with the result of the Indonesia National Committee for MO when launching the National MO Register with 16 documentary heritage. In addition to Japan, impressed us with activity with a number of documentary heritage, both in the regional and international register. Also, they are editing a brochure and video to promote the Memory of the World program. Kyrgyzstan impressed us on the cooperation with the international research institution to teach about MO and share experiences on biopreservation and conservation of documentary heritage among archives, museum, and library. Malaysia has organized many, many conference workshops and training on preparing nomination and has prepared the national register with the number 26 documentary heritage. And finally, Laos and Maldives are both interested about raising awareness and education about the Memory of the World program, both with the memory and educational institution. So I propose that we applaud warmly to congratulate the result of own country during the last 2 years. Thank you.
What I often say is that, as we all know, the term memory derives from the name of the ancient Greek goddess of memory, namely Mnemosyne. So what we can learn from this ancient Greek mythology: first, Mnemosyne, memory, is a female goddess. So we have to treat her very gently, with great respect, and we must obey the goddess as I obey my wife. Secondly, Mnemosyne, memory, is the daughter of the father Uranus, who is the god of the sky, and the mother Gaia, who is the goddess of the earth. So memory is a vast concept. It deals with everything between the sky and the earth. Thirdly, Mnemosyne, memory, is a mother of 9 daughters who are called muses. Her daughters are history, 5 types of poetry, like love poetry, tragedy, comedy, hymns, and music, dance, and astronomy. So memory is not history, but memory is the mother of history. And history is just the daughter of memory. So we are proudly safeguarding the mother of history. So with this note, I'd like to close this session of the National Report that led me to feel great hope for the future, for the friendship and the peace among great nations of us, Asia and Pacific, and beyond. This concludes the session 3. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank our session co-chairs for their facilitation and our member state delegates for this wonderful session on the country reports. So now, as I mentioned earlier, we will all meet at the hotel lobby at 3:45, and from where we will walk to the Chinggis Khan Museum, which is very, very close. And do not worry, it is actually quite warm outside. It is 29 degrees. I mean, if you feel like a jacket is necessary, you may, but I think but yes, it's 29 degrees outside. So we will see you in the lobby at 3:45. Thank you so much. Oh, and if you need any assistance, please just contact one of our volunteers and they can help you. Thank you.
Thank you.